This conference will now be recorded.
All right, call the meeting to order, stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, as we do, Lord, as we gather this day to do the important business for the people of the building of Owego, grant us wisdom, compassion, and understanding. Amen.
Amen. All right. First item, as usual, public comment. Okay, you want to do your thing now?
Yeah, is that okay?
Okay.
Good evening, board and visitors. Just want to provide the board updates on two projects that we're working on with the host team. We're getting the fireman's fountain ready to kick off for the season that it's running. Unfortunately, we're running an issue with the pump, so Roy Legursky and I are going to pull it tomorrow morning. Might need to get a new pump, so we're hoping to get it turned on this past weekend. Thank you to Rodney and your crew for getting the water turned on. So there's that issue, but we will get that resolved. I got to pull down the pump today. We've got a hard water issue on the cast iron, so if anybody has any old wives' tales, how I can rid that. I've done wine vinegar, I've done baking soda, I've done stuff pretty bad. Guess we got really hard water here. That I didn't realize. There's a crack in the pool that's not causing a leak, but we're gonna have it tended to, so Justin Holzleiner is gonna go over and do that. We did clean the bricks today, so this is the 5th year that the host team is taking care of the fountain, so we're trying to get it back in shape. And then Charlie Monroe will be over at some point this spring to spruce up the mulch and the landscaping. So that's kind of where we're at with the fountain. Don't need anything from you all. At some point I need to get Freddie a 101 on all that stuff, even though we do most of the stuff, but just so I'd like for your awareness. So that's the fountain stuff. Also wanted to update the board on the steamer project on North Avenue. The building's up. We've got a couple of things left to do on the building itself. Holzlander is doing the floor on the building, so that's been grinded. He'll get an epoxy on that. Scott Smith and Son should be on Wednesday to do the heating and cooling unit. John Pitko is working on doing the signage. There'll be signage on the North Avenue side, Central Avenue side, and the front of the building, which faces north. So that'll be coming in the coming weeks. Holzlander completed the stamped concrete sidewalks this week and last, so his crew's been down there, which will lead me for an ask that I do have on the board tonight. So we're getting there on the building. The steam fire engine, hopefully we'll be back in time for the Strawberry Festival. That's our goal, but no guarantees. What else on the steamer? So we're kind of at a standstill right now. We've spent an upwards of $300,000 on the project, which we've raised, hasn't cost the taxpayers anything. Well, we're out of money. So that's why we got firehouse subs. That's why we did our chicken barbecue this weekend. I think we're about $30,000 short, so we're still applying for grants and doing fundraising. We'll get there, whether we get there by the Strawberry Festival, hopefully this year. I do have one ask. So when Jeff was here, God bless him, he promised us that the sidewalks in front of the building would be replaced. As you all know, the waterworks did the water lines. There's 3 sidewalks over there that are, one's not even there. 2 other ones are cracked. So if we could have the village take action to address that. And the reason why it's important right now is, so when Justin finishes his stuff, we're bringing in Charlie Monroe to fill in the rest of the gap, if you will, between the steamer house and North Avenue. So he'll need a flush, good sidewalk that he can lay the pavers up against. So that's kind of why we need that. So I understand it's on your agenda tonight. We'd appreciate your support on that. I'm not sure how much it would cost, but it is a safety hazard in my opinion. It's a liability. We're gonna have a bunch of people down there at some point when the steamer house and the steamer are back completed. I think it's upon the village that we do get that taken care of. And we certainly appreciate all your support and help, so far on the project. Any questions for me on either one of those topics?
Yeah.
Yes,
Give me a little bit more on the sidewalk. How much sidewalk are we talking?
roughly, so it would go from Owego Station 2, up to, where we're gonna do the curb cut up to the telephone pole. It's roughly, I think, 104 feet. And so the curb cut would be into that too, where we can get out on North Avenue. If you do grant approval tonight for that, I'll work with Freddie to get the permits into the state, because state DOT has to sign off on that. I do have the paperwork. So we'll, address that. So it's 104 feet between Station 2 and the telephone pole.
And starts right there at Station 2 and the property that we gave this.
Correct, yes, sir.
A quick question about the curb cut too. Are we gonna keep the old curb cut and put a new one in? How?
My intention was to do that. I thought it would provide a little more accessibility if someone, for instance, were to pull up and park there, handicapped and needed to get up there, but, John Chandler, who's working down there, looked at it, didn't think that was such a good idea to have such a long one. So I believe they're gonna bump that up towards the telephone pole.
So somebody will have to make the curb cut into a curb.
Right, my original intention was just to extend the existing one there, but they think it's not gonna look right, I guess. So they would create a new curb and then basically move it down towards the telephone pole where the driveway's gonna come out.
Is that something?
And just for everybody's awareness on the driveway, the reason why it loops around like that is we needed as gradual a grade as possible to get the steam fire engine in and out of there, because the steam fire engine, when it was originally purchased in 1866, believe it or not, when it weighed 4,500 pounds, was pulled by hand. So they would have two long ropes that came up from the front and a pole, and you get 20 people on either side, pull that thing. Our intention is someday, Rusty, Mayor Mike, and
No, we're not
you
gonna
all
pull.
can help us. Pull that. So that's why we kind of went around instead of a direct. If we went direct from the building to North Avenue, it'd just be too steep.
So just finishing up, so that potential, when we take the curb cut out, somebody will want to do something about the concrete that's there, or whatever, put a curb in, do whatever you do there. Is that something that the hose company is prepared to do, or do you think that you're going to ask
I
for?
believe it's all part of the bid that went out.
That was part of that,
Yes, it is. Yep.
the curb cut and everything? Okay, thank you.
It'll all be taken care of.
Thanks.
James, you had something to add to that?
Yeah, I was hoping to chime in, just a small comment. Be aware that if you're, and you might already know this, but if you're on that DOT road right there, as soon as you mess with any of that curb or sidewalk, you'll have to bring everything up to ADA standards.
Yeah, no,
So if anything is not, I mean.
that was also part of the bid pack.
Okay, yeah, 'cause some of those older areas, if they're not up to standard, sometimes it's even impossible to really get it. You get into a lot of trouble with that.
Yep, duly noted. Any other questions for me? All right, appreciate it.
Thanks, Pat.
I gotta go clean up subs over at Firehouse Subs.
Okay.
Thanks,
Pat.
One sample.
Anybody want a delivery? Oh, they stopped at
Did you
seven.
just,
Sure.
did you work that?
Billy
I did.
Tuesday.
So they'll be here through Saturday, so.
All right, thank you.
See y'all.
Send people over. So we're in public comment. Pat just jumped in.
I'm actually not sure how this is supposed to work. I'm looking at this as the agenda, but I don't see what I submitted on here. So am I supposed to talk about the event that I submitted?
So you are.
You are,
So
Lucky Hair,
I'm
right?
Denise. I'm with Lucky Hair Brewing Company on Lake
You're
Street.
here. Okay.
So I had submitted an agenda for you guys to discuss about closing down Lake Street on Sunday, June 2nd, to have a community block party. I love doing all community events, no matter where. We have a tap room. I've gone up and down Lake Street. I haven't met all the business owners yet, but I have spoken to a handful of them about being part of this community block party. And I didn't really want to go full throttle unless I had the actual approval to then go around and say, okay, I said we could do that. Here's the plan. Let's pull the trigger. So yeah, it would be closing down Lake Street on Sunday from the morning. It's actually our first anniversary, but I am I'm so over anniversary parties from being in business for 9 years. I'd rather focus on a community block party. And it's also a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club. So that's geared towards more where all the majority of the money will go to the silent auction, face painting, the bake sale, a portion of our goods sold at our tap room, along with the businesses I had talked to as well. I did propose having only one food truck on site because of all the other businesses that were going to be there. And a portion of their goods sold were also going to be donated.
Fran?
Could we wait and talk about this on the agenda as it's, that way the board members can discuss it with her?
Well, we can do it now. I mean, unless, is there any other public comment? Everybody else is here for something, I think. So that's fine. We can.
I just wasn't sure if I'm supposed to stand up since I didn't see it on the list. I just saw it next to my name, so.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fine. So we can do it now. Then you be out of the way. Okay. So do we have any questions on the event or the parade permit that she submitted?
So I didn't submit for any parade permits.
Okay.
The one question I had sent in that I wasn't unsure about, I was told I did not need a gathering permit because I'm not closing anything more down than just Lake Street. I have organized very large festivals in the past that I've had to have gathering permits. So I kind of already figured that this wouldn't be the case. And I was told by Jeff Winchell that I wouldn't have to have that permit. But I wasn't sure what the insurance was. Like, we have a very large umbrella insurance since we would be the one putting on the events, but I wasn't sure what the village wanted for that, like how that involved. Any really large festival I've put on has been on large pieces of property or property that we've owned, or half public, half private. So the insurance we've had to get is a little bit more, so I wasn't sure what you guys would need from us on that if it was to be passed.
Yeah, so the insurance is, don't quote me on this because the clerk's office will tell you, but I'm pretty sure it's $2 million liability umbrella thing.
Besides the vendors all having their own COIs that they would provide.
Right. And the gathering permit you're talking about is a county level thing. We don't really have a gathering permit other than the parade permit which closes the street.
Oh, that is what that's called. Okay.
It's, we don't have a better form. Hopefully we will someday.
No big deal.
Even
So I
though there's no
actually haven't
parade.
filled out one of those yet. So far I was told just to submit the agenda through email to Rod, and I cannot remember the woman's name that was also on the email, and then to come in front of you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, have you spoke with originals yet?
Yep, I spoke with Brad. He was all about it. He's the one that actually suggested that I moved it to a Sunday, because my first thought was a Saturday, because that's generally when most people are going to come out. But when he went through everything with me on why, he told me he was the president for the HOM for 7 years and gave me all the reasons why it'd probably be better for a Sunday if I was willing to do that. And I said, yeah, why not? Like, having a Sunday, the event, I only wanted it to go from 12 to 6:30. So that works. It's a family event. I'm a family tap room. Like, we're not just a bar. We close at 9. We welcome all ages. And we offer everything for all ages as well. So making it a family event, why not on a Sunday from 12 to 9 or 12 to 6:30, sorry. So, yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Just Terry, just a second. Does everybody have this printout?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many people do you foresee?
I would hope that we would see, I would suggest probably going to be under 1,000 people for sure, especially being a first time event. I know that there's money out there for me to advertise it on all sorts of platforms between radio and the TVs, and I'm hoping that all the businesses that are on board, as long as everybody still is on board, also utilizes their platforms as well, whether it's their websites or their social medias, to get the word out there on top of poster advertising, on top of I will plaster it everywhere. from here to Binghamton, Cantor to Binghamton, Spencer to Binghamton, Hector, and well, I'm from Watkins. I'm from Spencer, but I live in Watkins now. I'll just blast it everywhere. We have a very large platform of followers, so where I push a lot of our stuff on. But I think it'll be under 1,000 people for sure because it is a first time event and it's also Ithaca Festival weekend that weekend as well. So I know that draws. I'm not sure how big of a crowd from the southern tier area goes to Ithaca Festival, but I had to take that into consideration as well.
So let's say half of that.
Yeah, 500 people.
Show
Yep.
up. 500 people, gonna need to use a restroom.
Yep.
You have to make arrangements for that.
Yep, so we would put 2 porta johns. I'm hoping that Jules will have the M&T Bank's approval to put it on their lawn. I'm waiting to hear back from her on that. So I did reach out to some things and let them know what I was asking. I wasn't sure if I could pull the trigger yet. So because with the porta john companies I talked to, they could deliver it on a Saturday. They wouldn't be able to remove it until like a Monday morning. So if it could sit right there on their lawn, they'd be able to get it in and out and it wouldn't obstruct anybody from coming in.
Okay.
So we would get the 2 porta johns right
And
there.
they'll be picking those up right after the
First thing
festival.
Monday morning, yeah. So it wouldn't be on Sunday. They wouldn't pick them up on Sunday, but they'd remove them Monday morning. Yep.
Okay, well, if you're having,
Terry's trying.
you're having different vendors and bands and so on, you need to have it set up before 12.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have the Lake Street shut down. I don't know how far in.
Yeah, so when I talked to Jeff,
Oh, 9, excuse me, I didn't.
oh yeah, he said that he could get it, the notices out and that the Lake Street could be shut down by 9, so we can get everything out. I'm not gonna do more than like 6 to 8 vendors, and outside of the food truck, and then everybody else who has a business on Lake Street, if they wanna come out and put their stuff up. As far as music, it was going to be more of a porch fest style, like, that's the only thing I can really compare it to around here, is the musicians are each gonna play anywhere from a 30 to 45-minute set, but they're gonna be staggered in front of the businesses all the way down Lake Street. So everything's gonna be staggered so that everybody utilizes from one end to the other so that everybody can go to all the businesses that are open on Sunday. Some businesses like Confection Connection who are closed on Sunday said that they would be open on Sunday and they'd love to have somebody play in front of their shop and they would do some specials and whatnot. And then the full band, I would have just play for an hour from 5:30 to 6:30 and then that's when it would end. And that would be down by Tioga State Bank. In the Tioga State Bank parking, I had reached out to Jim Mead and him and I spoke and he said he would be one of our sponsors. And that he got with Bob Fisher to talk to him about us utilizing that parking lot. And he said it was a great conversation, but when I talked to him over this past weekend, he was headed to Naples to see his grandkids. So he said he would follow up with me this week. Because also in that in that space, I wanted a car show. So I've been talking to multiple people who take their cars to all different car shows and just to put like a 10-car show of vintage cars that are in there. I'm a big fan of those type of cars. I think it draws a crowd to advertise small car shows, but it'll be something else to like break up as a family event. Most people who have antique cars stand around them anyway so the kids can't touch them. I have a 5-year-old and we've been to many and they're like right there. But anyhow, so, but towards the front of that is where that ending band would play just for that last hour. But we would have seating, so the layout of the entire area, I spoke with Julia and Ike. So right between us and Julia and Ike is where Babe's Burgers, the food truck, would set up. And then between us and Babe's is where we're gonna have a stanchioned off, we're gonna get a permit to have a stanchioned off beer garden. So so if you're facing down Lake Street going the wrong way, that left side as cars drive has to be clear, right? For all the fire trucks and everybody to be able to get down, any emergency vehicles. So everything has to be on this side. And since we are not enforcing people walking around with open containers of alcohol of any sort, we would have a stanchioned off area, like a beer garden with tables and chairs. So if people come from outside of our tap room, they can sit there and still enjoy everything that's going on. I do have a team of 5 security guards that we use for all of our events. And I will have somebody constantly manning as people go in and out to make sure nobody goes outside the stanchion areas. But there'll be tables and chairs with Babe's Burgers. So people can utilize that to actually sit and eat and enjoy themselves. And same with down by the pizza tent from Originals, there'll be tables and chairs down there as well. I also want to put a 12 by 12 tent on the other side of Babe's past the tables by Owego Kitchen. That will have the face painting, the silent auction, and the bake sale, which I'll also have volunteers manning that. And then the other vendors will be spread throughout it. I also want to confirm with the Boys and Girls Club that if they want to come down and do a pop-up, because this is a family-friendly event, as well as the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts, if they want to put anything out and kind of promote their organizations, I would like to have them there for that too.
Mr. Mayor, Terry's been trying to say something.
I'm sorry.
I can wait, not a
I'll just
problem.
keep talking.
I just wanted to know if you had a cleanup plan.
Oh, yeah,
Do you have a
absolutely.
crew?
Yep. So all of, between my volunteers and my security crew and then my team as well, we will have garbages throughout the street and we'll take care of them. Ike said that we could utilize the dumpster and we have it picked up on Monday or Tuesday, whichever day it is that they come in and empty the dumpster, so.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? What is the number that triggers mass gathering for the state, et cetera?
5,000.
Nicer than Ithaca. Ithaca makes you get a gathering permit if it's anybody over, if you're expecting anybody over 1,000.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
We're
We
gonna
have
do
that. In the New York State Building Code, any gathering, indoor or out, over 1,000, needs a operating permit from a code office. So you would,
That's what I would ask.
yeah, so we actually do have that same.
Well, we have,
How
no,
would we-
no, we don't have it. New York State has it and we have to follow it.
How would we know if I would have to have that if I don't know if 1,000 people are coming?
That's a good question.
Because considering it is a first time event, I mean, we could hope that we bring that much business to downtown Owego. That's awesome. It's the whole point is to bring awareness to the community. This is why I want to do this. And also raise funds for organizations that are in our community. But how do I know if I need to spend the money on that permit?
Well, so the one through the code office is not a big deal. The 5,000 person one is
Oh,
for the health department. And that's Paul can speak to that, but that's a much bigger deal where you need a doctor, EMS on standby and all kinds of stuff.
Yes,
Like Strawberry Fest.
yes, and don't advertise thousands and thousands of people, just.
Don't be saying that.
Rusty?
Since Laura seems to have some information on this, New York State Code says 1,000, our code officer has to do what exactly?
It's like a operating permit.
He has to issue an operating permit?
I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
We don't even have, I mean, I hear it's in the code, New York State, but I don't think we have it in our code.
There's something.
When we adopted the uniform building code,
It was part of the deal. Is there a cost for that?
It's established by the code enforcement office, and I don't know what their schedule is of fees, but
I imagine it's not very much. I know building permits are like $20.
yeah, I think the building permit went up to $50 now, but
How did they do that? We didn't vote to do that. Okay.
So, but I will, but Jeff Winchell from the police department will help you figure out all that.
Yeah, he's been really great at helping me, like making sure all my ducks were in a row and all the things, so.
so your next step is the parade permit, filling that out and getting that to us because that'll have more information. And then we can vote on it.
Can I fill that out online?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you can get to it. I think it's a PDF, but
Okay, that's fine.
most people don't fill it out. Rusty?
So I spoke with Denise for a while today. So there are numbers of questions and I chat with her and there are other things that you may or may not, I'm going to tell them to you real quick, that you may or may not be thinking of. There will be only things in the parking spaces side of Lake Street. The other side will be open for emergency. There won't be anything there. We address the insurance. That's going to need to be something that covers not just your thing, but the whole thing, however that works for the umbrella policy. She said that I can say anything that you said.
Absolutely,
That she's looking for sponsorships to try and pay expenses and raise money for these charities and address the fact that we've had some difficulty in the past with sponsorships. And so we don't want to be surprised, and she's quite forthcoming about that. Lockheed, M&T, Tioga State, upright sponsorships. Won't be any crazy, sneaky, weird sponsorships. Yeah, none of that.
No, and it's been my experience with any sponsors I've ever had for events in the past. I mean, sponsors always want something out of it as well, you know? So especially recognition and their posters and everything else, that the banners and stuff. So I wouldn't hide anything.
So I have another piece, because I'm not quite sure how we exactly do this. When we do the Strawberry Festival, when we do anything, a vendor has to get a 1 to 3 day permit for $100. When we do the Strawberry Festival, do we waive that? And then the Strawberry Festival charges those vendors whatever they charge to be there? I don't believe those vendors pay us $100.
Yeah, they do.
So one of the things that would be decided on in this would be Denise's, once again, she told me I could tell this stuff, right? She's going to have a nominal fee for the vendors, mostly to just take care of, once more, expense and this and that. Would we want to, suppose she has 8, 10, 12 vendors, do we want to enforce our vendor permit? Do we want to waive it like we do for the Strawberry Festival? Do we want to waive it in lieu of the fact that she's going to get, I think ours is $100, she's going to ask them for $75, which will be really a contribution for the thing. Now, would that be something we want to do along, because we need to figure that out, decide that, and along, I'm going to add something into that. I talked to the chief today, and the chief, I told him most of the details that we know, and he said that that was doable. Like many of us, Sunday is the right day, but we're incredibly understaffed, and we may have one officer on Sunday. He's not going to be able to take care of that, and I don't think he thought it was going to be as many as 500 or 1,000 people. So if you do get some substantial money from sponsors or whatever, generally, if there's going to be 1 or 2 police officers, one might be enough unless it's monster big. That would probably be, because you have to pull them in from they're not, you have to pull them in and come on a day, and that's usually $45 an hour. It'd probably be $200 to $300. So that might be something, if depending on how we decided to do this, we were going to waive the fee. That might be something we would ask that you would pay for several police officers. But that's something that we. Amount of their money, but once again, they're getting 50, 80 vendors, and they're getting $200 or $300 a piece from them. So that's part of the expenses. So
it's different. I'm only doing like.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But I'm just saying that that's kind of the formula.
As fun as it's going to be, I'm also not biting off more than I can chew from my own experience since I'm putting this on. So I don't want it to get out of control. All 5 of the security people that we use do have security certificates.
Yeah, and the chief will want that
Oh, yes.
information.
Yeah, because we had issues with that with the fair.
Well, yeah, we found out many things as we've gone
Actually,
along, and
fair
we're
was-
trying to not happen.
The monster truck.
That is the one thing that Jeff was very good at, going through all those details with me about lessons learned. So
Yeah, we have learned some of them.
it happens.
So we are running into one of the problems that we run into too often for various reasons, which is this is June 2nd.
Yeah, it's quick. I was looking at the
And
calendar.
our next meeting is May 3, 4, 5, something in there. It's March. We don't have to meet until next year. It's May 3 or 4 or 5 or something.
May 6th.
So May 6th. So the point is, if she's got to put this together with various things, and we don't even yet know what we're going to do, this is going to start being a time crunch.
So should we don't have a parade permit, but should we do some kind of an approval of the idea of the event so she can keep planning and bring us the parade permit May 6th for sure,
I could fill it out tomorrow.
and then we approve it.
So the parade permit will ask for the closing of the street at, whatever, 9 PM or 9 AM. And then the festival from 12 to 6 and the reopening of the street at 7:30.
Right.
That's pretty much what'll be on there, a couple other things.
What about the alcohol?
The alcohol, I'm glad you said that. There will not be open container,
Nope, it'll
Al-
only be in the stanchioned area. that
although
alcohol's allowed.
but to do that, we are also going to have to waive some of our village things to even, I mean, it'll be,
Same as
you'll
we
be
do for
good with the
Strawberry
New York
Festival.
State by having a closed thing, but we have to give you permission to have it on the sidewalk on the street. So we're gonna have to do that if we're gonna do that.
Same as we do with Strawberry Festival.
Yes.
Well, the fair
Right, and the fair does.
has to be.
But these are the details that we have to take care of. So once again, if we don't do that, I don't know what we should do. I don't know if we should do this tonight, if we should do contingent things tonight, but for her to go get sponsorships and sign up people,
And
it's
then we
gonna
wanna
be
wait till May 6th.
problematic. May 6th is 28 days from June 2nd is gonna be problematic.
I mean, from the sounds of it, you got a lot of planning to do there.
I've
For what?
actually done most of the planning already and talked to most of the people already. It was just a matter of getting approval, so I go back to all of them and say yes. I've already asked for a set amount of money from certain people, so it's just a matter of me then getting on the horn and being like, all right, it's approved, let's go ahead and pull the trigger.
Okay.
So those are our options. Wait for the things to be done in a particular manner, which usually I demand we do, but I'm not saying I'm demanding it this time, but do we do things in that manner? Do we make some things contingent tonight? What do we do?
I'd be okay giving some kind of motion to continue planning it, approve everything May 6th.
We don't see any foreseeable snafus.
Right.
So that would, that motion will probably get made here in a moment. So the deal, if we do that, the deal will be a degree of contingency. We're going to allow May 2nd. We are contemplating closing the street because that's our street, not a New York State street. So we have a lot of leeway in doing that. But everything is contingent upon the things that you've told us being true into fruition and the insurance. I believe that the police chief is going to be okay, but we're going to have that last little piece about him approving the security and whatever. He wouldn't have a ton of officers there, but it might be and then the piece about would we be considering waiving the fees for the vendors from the village or not?
I would be fine doing whatever we do with the Strawberry Festival.
And then, of course, a bunch of that money that she's going to get that would normally go to the charities will also go to paying some of our expenses for it. Is that something that we're interested in, all those little things I said, more or less? More of them, if somebody wants, less of them, if somebody wants.
So would that be the motion?
Well, the motion
It's kind
is,
of a weird
the
motion.
motion is that we approve the Lucky Hair block party on June 2nd contingently, I like that word, whether it's a word or not, on police approval, insurance, and any other particulars, the parade permit, official parade permit, any other particulars to be finalized at our next meeting, May.
Right, and it's May 6th.
Did I get that about right? Including the waiving of the vendor's fees and the paying of police protection.
June 2nd's coming right up.
I'll second that. Did you do it? Yeah, was that right? That was all of it.
All right.
Yeah.
Any other discussion or questions?
So, now are we approving the on-street sale of alcohol?
No,
Oh, we'll have to do that too, but it doesn't have to be in that motion, but
or we can do that on the 6th too.
Is it a sale on the street or
Or is
No,
it
it's the
sale
sale in the
that's
store.
drinking on the street?
You know how New York State rules work? You can have a patio, but it has to be enclosed. You can't have access from the outside. It has to be only access from the thing. And that's what
You're
she's talking about,
saying you
stanchion and,
plan on having people monitor that?
oh yeah, she was saying earlier, there's gonna be
Yep, I'll keep it
security.
right at the door so that they can't go out. And also whenever we do stanchioned off areas, for our permit with the SLA, we have to have special cups that we have to show the SLA that, okay, people are in this area, they're drinking out of this cup, so that if they go outside of the area, they're gonna get caught.
I have like a electric fence in the front.
Nope, there's only one way in and one way out. Right on the sidewalk, and they're like your black stanchions with the metal posts, and then the bars just come and like hook all the way around. And then we also have signs that we have to put up on the stands that say, no alcohol past this point.
Dave.
Dave has a question.
That person that's gonna be monitoring the tents, they're also gonna be checking for IDs, make sure there's no
Yeah.
underage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have to always do that. Yeah, for any events like this, it has to be ID, and they'll get bracelets too. So if we have underage bracelets, then we have over 21 bracelets.
And of course, all those things, I mean, we are concerned to a degree about those things, but all those things are their jeopardy.
That is probably
I'm
the
just saying,
cheapest
they're
thing about
liquor
this
license
event,
jeopardy.
is the bracelets.
Yeah, that's all. Your liquor license, you're not gonna screw that up.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Considering we finally just got our real one, instead of having to do a month to month, they were not gonna screw it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't. All right, any other questions about this? Let's vote on that motion that Rusty made.
Whatever that was.
Right. Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave, yes, Fran,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Charles,
Yes.
and yes.
Thank you.
All right, so best advice is definitely work with Jeff and the police chief.
One question, after I get the parade permit tomorrow, where do I send all the information that you guys are, like, who do I send all the permits and stuff? Oh, it says where I send everything to, okay.
Most of it's here.
Oh, okay. So you just bring it in.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this office building, if you bring it.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you. Fun time. All right, going with the event theme, let's go to Liz next.
I'm glad Denise went first.
Uh-oh.
So, what would you like to ask me?
Find your stuff. Sure, Jess.
Okay, with the, yeah. The, yard, yeah, Porch Fest. That Front Street is a state highway.
Yeah.
We need to know that there's somebody regulating people crossing that street. If you have, vans on both sides of the street, you can't just have people willy-nilly running across the street.
I usually plan it so no band is playing across. There's not gonna be, you spread it out. If one house is doing something, I have them have as many bands as they can have throughout all the slots, so they can have as many people. And then I make sure people are walking, two different bands are playing across. There's never gonna be two that are playing on the same street or at the same time. Like that. And who do you have for crossing streets at other festivals? Because
Most of our festivals, the streets are closed, so.
right,
Right.
but even the streets at like Strawberry Fest, big events like that, like I know for the first year I did Halloween,
Yeah, it's usually.
closed off. Everyone was nervous about people running across Front Street, and there's no one at Strawberry Fest that helps cross the street.
Yeah, the street is not, there's no traffic.
Right, but they're still like outside of the festival. Like you could argue the same thing. I don't think any of my events have been Strawberry Fest level of attendance, so. And I think the only thing happened at the first Porch Fest was a band played on a porch that was really close to the street, which I wouldn't have had. That was actually a board member that wanted to have a band, and I usually pick the more lawn porch kind of vibe. But that was, I think, the only problem, and that was no streets closed, and yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Liz, I apologize. With so many things and so long, I can't find your parade permits, which is here nor there. I'm breaking it down into 3 different sections, and we'll go with the food truck section.
Yep.
So you're going to have a number of food, you're asking to close Depot Street someplace on South Depot Street?
Just out front of the turn, just that.
Just in
right at
front of,
the dead end,
just in
yeah.
front of the,
His,
but
like,
the trucks will be down the street from that, right?
the trucks are gonna pull in on South Depot and pull into his personal parking lot.
That parking lot
Yeah.
along the
right.
tracks this way. So that's
Yep.
where the trucks will be.
Yep.
So why would we want that street, we wouldn't want the street closed back past the trucks?
I'm doing, so that, where the trucks are is his personal parking lot, like set back next to the building.
Yeah.
I wanna close the dead end there on South Depot for essentially the local vendors, all Owego people, and then same thing, SLA roped off.
I'm sorry.
The,
I'm
like,
losing.
roped off alcohol section there,
You're going too fast for it.
Oh,
Where do
sorry.
we want to close the street?
just in front of where the old train station restaurant was.
Okay, but that, all right, that's a train station. Then we've got another 60, 80 yards of parking down past it. You want that closed? That's where the
No,
trucks
no,
are
no,
gonna sit.
just in front of his building, just that little spot, it's just gonna be local vendors and like putt, that's it. It's just right out front, because technically that's not his, obviously. It's just that dead end there, like where. you pull
I
in-
know all that.
Okay, where you would pull in through the Rainbow Trail and go to the turn,
Yep.
that would be all open. Like you could still drive in there technically, we're not gonna have anyone, but that, not any of that. Does that make sense?
A little
I
bit,
could
but
draw it out.
not exactly. All right, so if the trucks are back up Depot Street that you're not closing, then all the people that are going to be going to those trucks, cars can come there.
I mean, technically, but that's not gonna be
Yeah, we wanna
a
close it
thing.
at the
Like
parking.
I'm having the trucks pull in and like, that's it. I'm not having like open parking there.
You may wanna close
anything.
it.
I'm just saying, somebody's coming to the trucks or whatever.
Yeah.
They can come dinging up Depot Street and come all the way up to the,
Up for the
wherever we
cones.
close it, way up by the thing. Do we want trucks, cars where the
No.
people are going to the trucks?
No.
Well, then we need to close it back farther past the
Okay.
trucks. I'm just,
Yeah.
Maybe
That's
at the-
fine.
yeah.
Still dead end.
Maybe close it at that stop sign.
Yeah, that's fine.
At the stop sign, is there, I can't remember if there's anybody's houses there. Or
But yeah, I get.
someplace back down Depot towards the State Street stop sign.
It could honestly be at the end of his parking lot there where that last truck is gonna go in, because I'm gonna have them come so early that they know they're gonna have to be in, and that's it. And we're setting up.
Okay, so we're gonna have the food trucks there.
Yep.
What else are you planning to have there?
So that roped off area that'll be right out front is gonna be, again, I have to do the SLA off-site liquor permit. Roped off bouncer there, and that's gonna have local vendors if they want to, like I've talked to Convection and all these people. If they wanna go there and have their little tents, it'll be like a little local section, and then his parking lot's just gonna be food trucks. So they can like pop around.
And who's gonna do the liquor thing?
I lost you about the liquor part. What's the liquor part gonna be?
I'm gonna do my off-site license for outside there, roped off, right outside his spot, cause he wants to have stuff outside too. So it's gonna be like a mingling, imagine fenced-in area with local people and then also alcohol. Which I actually did this at the 5K last year for Strawberry Fest, so I'm very aware of the roping it off and the police and the blah, blah, blah.
So I've spoken with the Regals about this right the first day you brought it. And they said that they could live with, you have, food trucks it would be nice and it'd bring people in. They could live with that. They could live with whatever they lose for those evenings for food revenue to the food trucks. But losing their alcohol revenue was a different matter.
Right, and I've spoken to Nick about this, so.
And I've spoken to Nick about this.
Okay.
So that's a different matter. So,
Yeah, there's 2 bars right there.
There's 2
It's not
bars.
just one.
I don't know, like, I am planning this event with him, so talking to him outside of these meetings, like, he's not coming here to plan it. Like, I've talked to him, when I first went up to him, he was like, I don't understand how I'm gonna make money. I've done Binghamton trucks on the tracks every year. I don't know why we haven't done this here yet. It's a great event. It brings so many people from outside of the town in. If I have to shove this down Nick's throat, I will. Went to high school with him. I'll do whatever I need to. He's very on board. So I don't get the going to talk to them otherwise, because
I went and talked to them
I got
because I wanted to know what they
Well,
felt
why wouldn't you
about.
talk to me?
I'm sorry?
Why wouldn't you talk to me?
You don't own those bars.
Right, but I'm the one planning it with them. They haven't done, like,
I'll tell you why. For the same reason, when Denise asked me, talked to me about it, I said, I need to go and talk to the other restaurants on this street to see what they think and what they want and whether they want food trucks.
but you're acting like I didn't go plan this with Nick. I did go talk to him and plan it with him.
Okay, what did Aaron say?
What?
What did Aaron say?
Aaron? I talked to Nick.
I'm sorry.
I'm planning this with Nick.
Okay. Those properties are owned by Aaron Regal.
Okay,
That's who owns all those. The Rainbow Bar is owned by Aaron Regal.
correct.
So when there's going to be food trucks there, Nick's got a brand new place that has whatever he has in food, but the established place that does food, including chicken wing night on Thursday night,
Correct.
is the Rainbow, owned by Aaron Regal. So you didn't talk to Aaron Regal about whether or not that would affect his business and what he thought and whether he wanted it.
And I think that does affect their business very well, because when that ends at 8, I explained to Nick, where is everyone gonna walk to after? Because I could have this event just in my back parking lot there and have 2 food trucks behind Leo's. I could talk to someone else and have it in their private parking lot, like Parkview or whatever, and they'd be downtown, but I figured that'd be really nice with his new spot. And they could go, it's wing night there. I go, I won't get a food truck that has wings. I think that's a perfect idea. I don't see anyone in Binghamton complaining about this stuff, and I feel like it's just like jumping through these crazy hoops to do anything here. That would
Welcome
be
to
great.
Owego.
Well, anyways, you were wondering why I was asking the owners of the properties these things, and you gave me the answer because you didn't. So I asked them what they thought, what they wanted, what was good for them, what they didn't want. I don't know that Mr. Regal wants alcohol sales outside there instead of in his bar on these evenings.
Hey Rusty, I heard her.
Excuse me, Mayor, would you
You
please?
talked to the
Mr.
owner
Mayor,
of
would
the
you
bar. That's Aaron's,
Mr. Mayor, would you please?
Well,
Aaron's kid.
we have rules here.
Yeah, I like breaking them.
Well, you can leave too.
What?
You can leave if you're gonna break the rules.
Okay, well, give me a fair warning. Thank you.
So anyway, my thing is, I've talked to Nick. I gave him my whole thing. We've talked multiple times. He's very confused how he'd make alcohol sales. I'm like, you're the only one selling alcohol, and whatever you're selling, I would sell something completely different. He knows that. I'd be the Aperol Spritz Girly, the wine, whatever he doesn't sell. He's very aware of the outside thing, and I said I would put that all on Leo's and do my SLA permit that I would cover myself, and he would be able to sell outside. There's no one else selling alcohol. He was fully on board. I haven't really met with him since because I came in February, I think, with all my parade permits, planned it all the way back then, and I haven't really met with him because I have nothing new to tell him because I have none of these events approved. And it's been months. And I did all my paperwork, and I went to the police already, and I did everything. And I think it would have been forgotten if I didn't come back in.
I apologize, but when you came to us, you did not tell us one thing about alcohol sales or that you were going to have a tent there or that you were going to sell alcohol on that property. You didn't. That's why we asked you for these
I
details.
definitely did because that's not a new detail.
Okay.
I know I did. Because I brought up that I already have the fencing from the 5K. I've done all this before. Go getting a liquor license is already hard enough. I've done it. I have all the same details because I haven't moved forward on any planning. I've actually lost some of the food trucks because I can't give them a date. Because I told them it's not approved. I want to get all the right dot my i's, cross my t's, but it's really hard when I have no, like, I like to do everything correctly.
Okay,
So let me just comment, it is the responsibility of all the board members, have ourselves informed and know what we are voting on. So it is up to everybody to go and talk to people about what's going on.
I'm fine with that. If, at the end of the day, Nick.
You're asking why,
If Nick and
why
his parents
Rusty
don't
had
wanna
gone
do
to
this
talk with people.
anymore, then that's fine. I'm not gonna force a food truck festival on people that don't want it, but I haven't had any new meeting with them. And I do think if I come in to do this permit, do all the paperwork, come in to pitch it, and then you're just gonna go ask the people, I don't know. Seems odd, 'cause I don't get anything asked to me. I actually had to ask if anything was getting approved and nothing was voted on for months.
Liz, one of the questions I did have was also on cleanup, because you have not applicable, but I was just wondering, and I wasn't on the board back in February, I am now, but just, did you have like a cleanup plan?
Cleanup for just that street was gonna be just like big garbage bins and stuff, yeah.
Some garbage bins?
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that much of a messy kind of thing, which I already have like pop-up garbage event things.
Okay.
I don't mind loading them into my car if I need to.
Yep,
That's been the issue with other festivals.
Right.
That's fine. I'm like, at this point, I will do whatever it takes.
Other questions we have for Liz?
Sure. Well, so today, I've spoken to the police chief today about this. He is, in general, okay with the closing of the street, with the potential of traffic and people and safety. That's not a bad spot to have this stuff for those things. He was not keen on the out of the bars alcohol and wasn't sure about that.
Well, I do have a question on the traffic part. Where would the people park over there?
So I was hoping with that they'd be parking Rainbow Trail. And then they'd have the access to both things there. Because
That's not public parking.
No, should have
But
worked
that's
out.
owned by some guy
That's
named
private
Regal
parking.
that no one's talked to.
that was my whole point of, I was hoping, okay, if you park at the Rainbow Trail and you attend this, when it's over at 8, you're probably going to one of the 2 bars, because that's usually how it goes.
Yeah, just because, it's not downtown, so there's not lots and stuff. So
Right, yeah.
that neighborhood is not best for
I could
parking on the streets.
I can only see the foreseeable complaint being that if everybody's at this event and somebody wanted to go to the Rainbow Trail and couldn't
Yeah.
find parking.
And that would be up to the Rainbow of letting you use it.
Yeah, I don't mind talking to them again at all. It's just been, I have nothing new to go tell them, so if this
Well, like I
event
said,
doesn't
that is
happen.
private parking. there.
Right, which I would
So-
totally talk to them about, but I do, if someone asks for my personal parking at Leo's, I'd be thrilled, because they probably go to my bar after, because their car parks there. Like, I don't think they'd have an issue. I talked to him about wing night, I said that's perfect, because people will probably end up there.
Hey, Terry, you have a question?
Do you think you could bring one of the Regals with you?
Yeah, definitely, I mean,
I think
probably.
that might help, like,
Yeah.
allay
probably.
people's fears. Does that make sense?
You asking me?
Right, and
I'm-
we don't want you to have a problem with parking that night.
No,
That would be
100%.
kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that neighborhood doesn't have a lot of, it has street parking, but it's
I just see a lot of what ifs.
you can be
And if there's an accident.
Rusty?
If this gets done, we want it to be successful. We want you to have a lot of people there. Do you have any hope or feel? You said that you've seen these around, they do it in Binghamton. Do you have any hope or feel what kind of, because we asked
Yeah.
Denise about what kind of turnout you might have?
Yeah, I mean, I also answered that last time I was here, but I can't imagine it's more than 200 people, like, we're not getting a ton of trucks. We only, when I went there and measured with him, we could only really think like maybe 4 or 5 trucks comfortably. And then, we were just gonna have like a lot of games in the local section, try to do like outdoor seating, stuff like that. And then any local people that wanted to schlep their stuff over. do some outside stuff.
I guess I didn't understand that. Local people that
Like
schlep their
if
stuff.
Infection Connection wants to be there and do something, if Owego Donuts and Beer wants to do something, we get a pizza place. That's what.
Have some other,
Yeah.
we'll call them vendors, have some other people there doing something.
Cause I've owned, like, every time I do it in Binghamton, it's been amazing. They've never charged me, you go, it brings in a ton of people, they have a bajillion trucks, I don't know, a ton of local people, but.
Well, they also have a large parking lot there at the depot.
No, that's why I was like, let's measure, because I wanna be able to cut off. I've already had trucks reach out to me, but I think they book up their summers pretty quickly, so.
Yep.
That's why I came.
A couple more things I just can't remember right now. Yes, as we approach here, there are vendors licenses. Have you explored that with the village about what somebody having a vendor license to?
What are the vendor licenses?
I'm sorry, what?
What are they? What are the
You have to have
vendor-
a license to come to Owego and sell goods.
Well, the food trucks already have their own stuff. The local people, I'm only picking from Owego, so if they do like their off-site food permit.
The food trucks don't have a permit from the village of Owego to sell in the village.
What do you mean? So.
That's part of our code. You have to
Because
get,
I called Mick at Code about the trucks coming in.
okay.
He said he had no paper for me to fill out. I followed up with him, got nothing else. And he said no other festivals do anything for the food trucks.
Mhm.
He said, actually, the Garbage is supposed to do it, Strawberry Fest is supposed to do it. And I said, cool, let me do it. And then he never answered.
Did you just hear what we were just talking to Denise about this whole
Yeah,
time?
yep.
About that you have to have licenses and that,
I've reached out about every license just so I don't have to deal with anyone telling me about a license. I've called everyone. I've called Code, I've talked to the police. I've asked for every permit, every license. I don't think he even has one. And then he's told me everyone else in the world is supposed to do it, and I said, give it to me so I can say I had it. And I haven't gotten anything in months. Since I came here.
okay, so you're not gonna like the rules. The rules are that you have to have, if you want to sell something in the village of Owego, you have to have a vendor's license, either a 1 to 3 day license or a year license. There's a fee for it, it's in our code. We waive it for Strawberry Festival.
But where's the license? Where do I get the license?
Would that be from the clerk's office? Rodney would know. Rodney?
Clerks?
Yep.
Okay, I'm calling you.
No, I'm just saying, that's a
I
piece of,
want all
that's
the
what we were
things.
just talking about. piece of it.
I'm very about, let me get everything so that everyone's happy.
Okay. I'm almost done asking questions,
No,
but thank you
hey,
for
that's what I'm here.
listening. So, is this for the sponsor of this event? That would be you.
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, you're
Yeah,
the one that's
any-
putting it together. So we have the insurance, the umbrella insurance thing. I know that
Insurance.
you would, now this part I do remember, you had mentioned something about having insurance in the past through the Chamber of Commerce or somebody.
Yeah, I'm not going through them. I'm actually gonna personally get it
You're
through
gonna-
Leo's. Been working with Tri-Town on a bundle for, he said we could potentially put all three of these together for the season.
Some sort of
So,
umbrella
and I
insurance.
might pay that out of pocket just to not deal with anything. And I did find out that you just need $1 million, not 2 million for
Okay.
as a base thing.
That was the mayor's.
Yeah, I said don't quote me on that.
No, I've searched.
So anyway, so insurance part, this is your event. This
Yeah.
isn't the historic marketplaces. This isn't is this nonprofit event?
I'm not, the only thing we're charging is the food trucks. And that was the thing me and Nick were gonna split for throwing this event. Those are in his private parking lot.
Uh-huh.
And then anyone local who wants to go there, come, make your money, bounce, leave. That's it. I'm not charging anyone local.
I understand that, but I'm still asking if this is a nonprofit event.
No, just through Leo's. I'm not trying to like raise money.
It's a business event.
Yeah,
No,
I don't know what, it's not a nonprofit.
it's a business event.
Yeah,
You're going to have your liquor license, your product, you're going to sell your product, you're going to incur whatever expenses and you're going to make whatever money. It's your business event.
correct.
Okay, that's all I'm asking is if it's going for a nonprofit. Thank you. just trying to get more information.
So the vendors can come from Owego, vendors will come?
Yep,
set up
anyone who
for
wants to.
free?
You
They
have
have
to,
to go through you to set it up.
yeah, because I have you have to do so many licenses anyway for food that I'm like, there's no point. If it's gross or rainy.
What
and you
type
pay
of
me.
vendors are you seeking out?
I was just gonna, like, whatever, based on whatever trucks, I don't want anyone to match, so I really wanna get like, I really wanted Owego Donuts and Beer, come do donuts. I've talked to Confection Connection about like bubble tea. It's like a summer festival, so.
Because some of our local vendors have like crafts.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go the craft food
Yeah,
route.
okay,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what I was
just going,
trying to
this is just
specify.
food, come eat,
Trucks.
yeah, trucks on the track.
Food festival.
Yeah,
Well, I would propose that we accept this food vendor trucks with the contingent that the first event is successful and no problems before we continue on with the rest of it.
sounds good to me.
Oh, you mean you want to do the first one in June before we obligate to the others? What that would require, is it my turn to talk? That would require that she have to wait for the people on the others till after we have the first one, it's deemed successful, and then we meet and we say it's okay to have the next one. That would be maybe problematic to try and line up trucks. If she's having trouble lining up trucks now, how is she gonna line up trucks 3 weeks before the next one? That would seem like a problematic way to go about it. I don't know.
Probably for planning it would be tough. Logically, it makes sense, but.
Well, if
I mean, I could always come in if there's something where it's like, the first one gets so out of hand that we need to like revisit and tweak, like it's removing a truck, it's having more security, like I could come to like the meeting after that first one or something,
Sure, we could
just
have
so
like
we
a,
could
like
figure it
a
out.
recap meeting, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do think though, the parking with the Regals, that's something we really want to
That's,
assure on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
literally might go right
there-
after this.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of parking back there.
Yeah, well, I've met with him a bunch, so to hear other than what we've discussed is news to me, so.
Yeah, well, there is
Not
parking
within
on
it.
Fox Street.
Yeah, yep.
And
Well,
parking
they
at the
really
rest
need
of
to
the
plan
depot
to-
there.
Since they're the owner,
it can't.
They needs to be here. I mean,
I don't know, that's.
I mean, I'm down to drag him in here, that's fine with me. Cause I might go talk to him and he just
Right.
doesn't wanna do it anymore, so. Cause if I go meet with him and he's like, yeah, I've given up on this, then that it's over, I'm not gonna be like, but I love coming to these meetings, so. it's fine."
So my questions may seem to you to be negative, they're informational. I say, the police department, it's not Jeff, it's the chief, is the head of the police department, has concerns about the alcohol. And I think that the food trucks is a great idea. I would prefer that alcohol not be sold off premise. I would prefer myself that the food truck thing is there, maybe some local merchants are there, however that works. And the alcohol is purchased at the 2 bars that are there trying to make a living rather than somebody else, than outdoor, than whatever. When we do these things, it's hard to control the people when they believe that it's an outdoor drink fest. That's what I think. That has a concern to me.
That was the only thing though, when I did talk to Nick, and this is why I'm like, that's news to me, because he was very concerned that people wouldn't go inside the bar because the food trucks would be outside, and I told him, look, we've already done this outside thing, we fence it off. If we have to get security, we go through the police, because I did that at the 5K last year in the park, and he was like, oh yeah, that'd be great, because then we could sell outside. So that was the last I've heard. Because I was like, look, you're gonna be making most of those sales, I wanna sell like a rosé, he has none of that, so.
So I've just expressed my concern about alcohol
I would say,
outside.
if the alcohol is your bar, the Rainbow and Nick's, it's probably not really an issue, but need to make sure of that, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're all local people that are working together to plan this thing.
Yep.
As well as the parking.
Yeah, parking.
No, the parking is more of my thing.
Yeah, I can definitely.
If you get even 200 people over there, where do they park?
Yeah.
Or you're not fitting 200 cars in the Rainbow.
No. I mean, this is like nowhere near the size of Binghamton, and like that one, I don't know if anyone's been, has 0 parking, and people still walk from like downtown Binghamton all the way to that Station 45. There's no parking. Even when we go as vendors, there's nothing. You have to park, like, you have to park at the stadium. It's, so I do know people would go, and I just thought they had a better kind of layout where every time we do the one in Binghamton, the Station 45 was never open. And that was, I think, their whole point, where people they go inside and spend the rest of the night there, so. Yeah.
Well, I think it's a good idea.
I don't mind revisiting that
Logistically.
with all the Regal family.
Do you need a little more time?
What's that?
Mayor said he thought it was a good idea, but some logistics, I said, do we need a little more time to iron this out or not?
I don't mind going to talk to them, and then if you need me to call someone after I spoke to them, because I know last time I said, have your people call my people, and they never called. So. But I don't mind following up with whoever I need to.
Okay. I just know it's coming up.
I'll repeat what I propose that,
Okay.
that we allow the 4 separate occasions for the food trucks over there from by the depot. And that if there's any repercussions after the first one, then we might have to reconsider.
If it's life altering and I need to cancel the rest, I cancel the rest, like.
Well, could we add a caveat, just the Regals approved like parking at the Rainbow? I mean, something like
We
that
could,
with
yeah.
France, because I think the parking
Right.
that is definitely something.
Right. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
We could, yeah. There could be a contingency there.
Well,
That you
Yeah.
secure off-site parking somewhere, whether it's the Rainbow.
Fran, what do you want to say?
well, I was just gonna say, she still has to fill out the other form through the clerk's office, right?
The vendor form.
Well, the food trucks technically have to fill those out.
Oh.
Permit. Whatever trucks you're bringing.
Yeah.
Make sure that information gets relayed.
Sorry?
Make sure that information gets relayed to them.
Yeah, yeah. If I get that sent, I would, like, I have their form that they need to fill out to be a part of this event, so. They have to send me their permits, their insurance, their.
There is a village food truck permit. It's not
That's the
necessarily
one
food
that
truck.
apparently does not exist, so.
It's in the code though, I found it myself.
Well, they don't even know about it, so.
I don't know what the fee is. $100. $300 a year.
Yes. So Fran, your motion, which we're not doing in correct order, but that doesn't matter, does not have a concern in the motion. You're going to prove it about the parking. It doesn't have a concern about the alcohol in the street, alcohol sales outdoors. Doesn't have any of those concerns. You just want to.
Well, she said it would be cordoned off. The alcohol sales.
It's the alcohol that's governed by the liquor.
Yeah.
By your liquor license.
Yeah, yeah, trust me. It's a whole thing.
Well, that's what I said. If things don't seem to run smoothly the first time, we can say,
No alcohol.
no, can't continue.
I'm just making sure I understand your motion. Those concerns, you're willing to let it go. Forget the concerns. We're willing to let it do it, and we'll wait and see how it turns out. Is that what? Because that's pretty much the deal. You're saying accept it. Am I getting that pretty much right?
Basically saying, do the first one as a trial run.
Kind of, yeah. We're just going to do it.
I got in here somewhere that you also want to consider parking at the rate. You want them to
That's not what her motion said.
Well, Terry got.
Yeah, kind of throw that.
Terry asked if it could be in
Terry
there.
ended it.
Yeah, I accept that.
She got added. That's the only two. Approve it.
It's contingent on parking at the Rainbow.
And a successful first event, I suppose.
You all better be there, so.
Yeah.
I'm walking though.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Step, yeah.
I can
Anybody
definitely
want a
walk.
second?
Yeah, I usually walk downtown the Rainbow.
And what about the open containers on the streets?
You have to stay in the stanchions.
Yeah, same thing as
It's
what
the same
Denise did there. You have to have like 5K, I had to have a police officer, I paid him hourly. You have to pay the liquor license fee and it had to be roped off, one exit, one entrance. You have to send them the map. You have to get all the approval, then you're there.
They're gonna be able to
I
get
Just
meant
told
what,
you, the police were not on board with the
You
shit.
need 2 weeks to
I
get
meant-
the approval of
I
that.
meant what Fran is motioning concerning alcohol for this. In your motion, what are you saying about the alcohol? Are you approving alcohol sales on the streets or
In a
not?
confined area.
in accordance with New York State liquor
Right.
laws. Probably be the legal way for that.
Again, I don't mind revisiting parking and outside liquor with the Regals because I just want to make sure they're on board still. Because they might want people inside now and that's just news to me and I'll just do food. But for me, it's just annoying to do all of that as a wine bar.
Rusty?
Do we
If
have,
that's what Liz is willing to do and check with the Regals on that, even though that doesn't make it definitive, that just helps to put a couple of those things together, then why don't we let her do that?
And then come back.
And then we'll, if those things are, satisfy everybody, then I can talk to the police chief again and see if if he has something different from what he told me today about the way the alcohol might work and whether they'll be needing police protection, et cetera, et cetera.
oh, she says she's hiring her own police.
Yeah, I had to do that last time.
She
for
can't
the-
hire her own police.
Whatever, yeah,
Security.
yeah.
There's a big difference.
It was a police officer at the,
Yeah.
no, I had to pay him a lot of money.
We made a motion, nobody seconded it. Should we, do we want to second it, or do we want to just withdraw the motion?
That's fine. Let's do our thing, find out more stuff. Or somebody second it if you want to not do that.
You looking for a second?
All right, Dave, second.
That's great.
Fran's motion of approving it. Rodney can read the motion.
I'll have to do it from here, but you're approving the 4 dates contingent on the first date goes well. You're also gonna check into the parking for the Regals at the Rainbow. And gonna do alcohol in accordance with New York State liquor law. That's basically all.
All right, we've probably discussed it, so we'll just vote on that and see what happens.
Last piece. I can't vote to do this without talking to the police chief again after today, because I'm not willing to do that till he's comfortable with this. I'm willing to, more than happy to have Liz go to ask those things about Regals and what they think about alcohol and parking, that'd be fine. And then a chance also, maybe talk to the chief, but I can't vote for it under these circumstances.
So if it does fail.
We can still have Liz go
redo
do
it
that.
Next time.
Yeah, I've got event A, B, C, D here, so.
Let's vote on this one, Rusty.
No.
Laura?
No.
Dave? Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
I know this is a discussion, but I'm kind of with Rusty here. one fence. I would, as much as I would like for this event to happen, we need more information about the stuff to make this happen correctly.
We're not voting, I shouldn't be talking about, we're not voting the thing down, we're just
Right.
voting about this particular
Right.
timing.
It still could pass at another time,
I would say no.
and I would say yes.
What did you say, Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it actually passes.
That passes 4-3.
Yes, it does.
Pass 4-3.
Okay.
Let's go to the next event.
All right.
I'm not even gonna bother.
Oh, yeah.
Don't matter.
Which one do you want to talk about? The farmer's market?
Sure.
Okay, so that's just cut and dry. Working on the insurance bubble there for everything, so it'd be that 1 million coverage, the park behind the courthouse, and just farmer's market vendors, not charging them, because I don't think they renewed their lease in the Walgreens parking lot. I think we could benefit from a fun farmer's market, and I've actually been talking to the owners of Pompelli House. I think they're looking to do their private property, like one on Sunday, and they're trying to get that throughout the year, so we were gonna like kind of coordinate vendors where mine will be there Saturday, and they can go right over and leave their stuff Sunday, and we can have like all year farmer's market at Pompelli House.
Have you talked to the farmer's market people?
I have their information. I'm
Right.
nervous to get anyone excited.
I talked to them a bunch when they moved it from Walgreens to the Nazarene Church.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
They
what they
like, I know they like a parking lot, because I was talking, because they pull in trailers or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also talking to like everyone, so I know like the egg people that are at Confection Connection, like they
Right.
wanna get involved. It's like a lot of other people, other vendors, cause I
I
know
don't know.
Pompelli's getting their own. They're sending them to me.
I'm just not sure how a piece of grass is gonna.
Yeah, that's a
Like,
problem.
After
It
talking,
depends.
I wouldn't have thought this, but after talking to them, like they bring their things on a truck.
Yeah, I mean, if it's too hard for them, I would probably be like, you have to do a 10 by 10 tent.
Farmer's
This is the
market tried to-
parameters. If you can't do it, then
I could help you in that. Since 1973, I grew vegetables in this county.
perfect. Got one.
I borrowed 10 grand from the federal government. Barney Worthing was my loan officer.
And my only other concern with the farmer's market at that property would be the safety.
Yeah.
That's a busy road there.
Yeah, I, again, don't wanna have that like a full park, like I want it to just be, we have a good few vendors, a veggie one, a meat one, like keep it very simple, and then have like a band in the gazebo. And then 12 to 5, I would hope people would go around downtown shopping on Saturdays and make that, I'd love for that to be every Saturday in the summers, I think that'd be great, but again, wanna test it out.
Is 12 to 5 the time, because the time is not written on.
Oh, yeah, 12 to 5 is the time I put on the frame
Right,
permit, I think.
I think it's not filled in.
Oh, just kidding. But yeah, 12 to 5.
Okay.
And the trucks one was 5 to 8.
That was on there.
Okay.
Okay, so you're not charging anybody a fee?
Nope. Just come make your
So
money
it's not for profit?
and run away, no.
Laura?
Do you have proposed alcohol sales for the farmer's market?
I just want that to bring people downtown Owego, because like, in the future, if this was fun and dandy and great, I'd love to have a tent where we could like use some of the local restaurants and they could have like a picnic basket there, where someone could like rent it. If people are driving through Owego and they see it, they can stop and like chill and listen to the music in the farmer's market. Hopefully it gets people, especially on that road, to stop and chill.
That one, at least there's some public parking down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's a Saturday, so you
Right.
have some of the other parking available.
Let's see, I'm sure you got many questions.
Oh, I don't even want to say anything. Right? I don't want to say anything about it at all.
Love
Because
your
it apparently falls on deaf ears. Once again, the police chief was fine about safety and the food truck thing. Apparently that didn't matter. And he's not ready to give his approval for something around the courthouse square on a Saturday when we have our 15,000 cars a day that go by there. He has safety concerns there, so he's not prepared yet to give his blessing, but apparently that won't matter anyways.
I'm also open to a different park. That I was just thinking because of the traffic, like I know if I was driving through a town and I saw something happening, I'd run to the park and stop. But I just think this would be a great idea because we don't have a real centralized downtown farmer's market, and I think that's very Owego to have. And especially on a day where people are shopping instead of like a Thursday morning and it closes at 10, because I'm never awake. Yeah.
Now, the farmer's market, I did talk to the farmer's market people a bunch, and there's apparently paperwork that they had to file like last year
Yeah,
for the location. So hopefully you get
I
vendors.
mean, that sounds pretty dramatic.
Found with who?
Some agriculture, FDA.
That's the
Dave would like to speak.
I am a little concerned about it being in that particular courthouse parking area.
Yeah, that's
Because
fine.
of the parking and the traffic going by, and patrons coming across the street back and forth, people's doors opening. I would recommend this be moved to Marvin Park, where there's plenty of parking and no traffic.
Gotta have traffic to sell vegetables.
Because I know there was, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but there used to be something every Saturday there, and there was like a puppeteer, and it was like a kids event. I just have some fever dream remembering that, but there used to be music in the gazebo when I was little, stuff on that lawn, and I just feel like that's like, I mean, a perfect spot, and I think it gives exposure to the town. People see, I have people that come into my bar and my store, and they don't know where Front Street is, and I'm like, I can't help you, but like, there's just so many people that come, park, go to the thing that they're at, and then they never walk around, where I think this would be just a great,
Wondering like if Draper Park is a better spot.
yeah, I'm down for like any other park. I just like the idea of the gazebo and music
Yeah, no,
bands.
that is a good idea, but it has safety risks for sure.
Why can't you just use the
About-
pit?
The pit, yeah, good.
They can pull trailers in there.
No, because I talked to the actual farm market people about the pit. And the other requirement from the farmer's market group was they needed a bathroom.
Mm.
I don't know why, but they did. It's the hardest requirement.
Not this
Or
far.
they have it at Walgreens.
They
So
used to go in Walgreens, use the bathroom.
So interestingly enough, we had a farmer's market downtown Owego twice a week, Tuesday and Saturday, for months and months and months. So we had a heck of a bunch of farmer's market, and it wasn't in the square, it was just there on Central Avenue, it was right there, and anybody that knew anything knew it was there. So we've had a pile of farmer's market, and now that's going out to the Nazarene Church, where that will be twice a week, 8, 9 times a month, 6 months, 7 months. That doesn't mean that more farmers markets are a nice thing or a good thing or a bad thing.
It's going to the church because of a private property issue.
Well, that's about that particular.
Yeah, I mean, the Central Avenue, that was in the Walgreens parking lot.
Yeah.
So the Walgreens people said, we don't want you.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, we did have one there. But anyway, and then there's thoughts about something more pedestrian friendly, and you just mentioned some other potential parks, other places, Marvin Park, Draper Park, other places.
Yeah,
Pit,
not
Pit.
Park by the river there across the street.
Pitt,
That's Draper Park, yeah.
Draper Park.
Yeah, I think that would be a better spot.
Pitt, one of the things we talked about, and the Pitt was having farmers markets, but if we
It is.
put it together particularly.
Not set up yet.
What's that, Mike?
That one's just not set up yet.
Are we talking about on North Ave?
Yeah.
The pit, okay.
Yeah, Pitt.
As far as being set up, it would be Draper Park.
And no matter what location is chosen, you're gonna.
Yeah, my idea was,
There's
oh,
no
it'd be great to
bathroom
have a farmer's
facilities,
market
you
that's
take care of
consistent. I'd love to ramp
porta
something up that's like Saturdays in the summer. I
Oh,
just
yeah,
think it doesn't really matter where it is. I just thought it'd be great to keep having, and the stores would benefit, people would come to that. Cause I go to the Russell Farms one in Vestal, and I'm like, if that was more centrally located somewhere, I'd be shopping like crazy.
What would you do for bathrooms?
Well, my hope was like, I don't think that would be a huge event of like, you're gonna have even 100 people at one time. I was only gonna do like so many vendors, like here's your one veggie stand, here's your one whatever. So I was hoping it's like shopping downtown. Like if you're gonna stop and have lunch, I don't think that needs, especially the first one, I don't think that needs bathrooms, but
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're going to the stores on Lake Street, most of those do not have public bathrooms, so.
Yeah.
Unless they're a restaurant.
they just go spend money. It's a trap.
Right, that's the point.
They can go to Leonardo.
They can go to Leonardo's.
We have public bathrooms on Front Street. I don't know.
My name's on it, so.
So what other questions do we have? So we're thinking maybe that spot's not a great spot. It is a great spot, but safety wise.
Because I'm open to that location changing. I just thought it'd be great. Like, I remember growing up and there was stuff on Saturdays. I mean, the heyday of the jail cell restaurant was like random.
Well, Draper Park would encourage people to use the river walk too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have way.
But I'm like, it's been done before.
Compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
The Draper Park might be a much better location.
I just want like incoming traffic to go by it is my thing. Like, I think that would be great because if people are driving through to go to Ithaca, like they'll stop.
I mean, you'd be close enough there on the corner. See something's going on anyway.
Yeah. I'm open to other locations. It's just putting it on the insurance. That's it.
Right. I'd be okay at Draper Park. Plus, there's not, like Marvin Park, I'd be hesitant because there's a lot of construction going on there. We don't get this eventually with James. Before he has to pull up a cot here. So this summer, Marvin Park might not be a good option. I'd be fine with Draper Park with your idea. There is no bandstand there. Maybe it was gonna be, but there's.
You get a cute little chair.
I wonder if anybody anticipated that possible use and asked for that over and over.
We have talked about that. And get them a permit or something.
Yeah.
All you can do anyway, that's what the lease says.
That's true. Yeah, we did figure that out.
Okay, you were anticipated starting June 22nd, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would say, maybe rewrite your parade permit and, with the location of Draper Park.
That one you probably have you have a little bit of time.
Yeah, I don't mind getting rid of the June because I still have to get people, so.
Right.
If I need to maybe skip that first one, I might, just on planning.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we approved it,
And then our next meeting
May
is
6th, you'd still have
Yeah.
good 6-7 weeks.
Okay. So are we good with that one, maybe? That idea? Kind of the same idea, but switch it to Draper Park.
I don't know, anybody else have an idea?
That idea. I like the Draper Park idea.
I think Draper Park would be much nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually like more shade, it's nicer over there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care.
I think it'll be much safer, that's for sure. And still downtown and everything.
Yeah, each of them are like the last Saturday of the month, right?
This one is like, I tried to go for like the middle Saturday-ish, but I skipped over Strawberry Fest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Smack dab.
There you go.
Gotcha.
So Fran has suggested that we have her change her situation, that we mull it and that we take action on it again on the 6th.
Correct, yeah. Okay, what was the other, you had more parade permits in, didn't you?
Yeah, another one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Porch Fest.
That's fine.
That was unofficial Porch Fest, right?
Mine, the unofficial?
Or Porch Fest number 1, or
Yeah,
number 2,
the OG.
number 7, I don't know.
And we call everything Porch Fest now.
Right.
Oh, I have nothing new. I don't know.
Okay, so that is only, local bands on the
Yep,
porches.
Porches, yep.
There's no vendors.
Nope. Same as the first year I did it. I mean, I think they snuck in vendors food trucks, but that was,
There was one food truck.
yeah, I had nothing, I didn't plan any of that. And they put like vendors in the lawn, that was not my thing, so I don't want any, I want it to be like Porch Fest in Ithaca, Porch Fest in Binghamton, bands. I think we have the town, you can, again, I do it on Saturday, a lot of bands usually book a second set at like Originals, Barleycorn. They're all day and then everyone stays for dinner and goes out, so. I know it's normally Sundays, but I don't wanna ask people to stay open on Sundays.
I'll do my legal disclaimer that if people are gonna have stuff on their private yards, you probably don't need a permit from us.
I'm still gonna try to loop this into
But
like
it's always good to.
insurance land if I can. But, yeah, and that one was, I brought that parade permit to the police and they were like, just fill it out for us so we know what's going on there.
Yeah, no, it's always good to know.
Yeah.
Because if we don't know, then there is only one guy working here.
1000%.
So we're on the Porch Fest, right?
Yeah, we're on Porch Fest.
So what streets were you looking at, Liz?
I do it based off the houses. If I get a bunch of houses in one area, I usually tell the other houses like, doesn't make sense for you to be in it. Sorry, like we'll try again next year because I like it to be a kind of, you're only walking around one block, Main Street, Front Street. And last time I did it, it was only like east of town. If you're looking at it.
So you're sniffing something from Church Street
Over.
up to John
Well,
Street,
I do it
something from
based
Church
off-
to John on Front and potentially on Main.
Yep.
And
I do it
potentially,
based off
and potentially on the some of the connector sides or just
Yep,
those.
any houses that, I usually go based off who wants to be in it. Walking distance. If something's way out in your price chopper, I'm like, sorry, no one's doing that.
Is that inside of John?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess I did miss that.
Well, I'm still concerned about the bands on both sides of Front Street there, because that is a very busy street.
All right, so let's get a piece straight. Do we have of an informal Porch Fest, what authority do we have to deny or approve such a thing?
I don't know, because we're not closing streets and it's on people's private property.
I'm also very open, like I can always send you guys the list of the houses that I'm even thinking of using, and if you're like, oh, that's too, like, usually, I don't even know if I have Front Street right now, so it's not, like, I go based off who has applied, mine's in August, so I could always be very open about who's applied, because I don't even know if I have Front Street, so, and even if I had one, it's like they might be on the same block.
I'd be more comfortable if you just stuck to the north side of Front Street.
Yeah.
Had no porch fest
Yeah.
on the south side, that way people are
I
not
don't even think I did
running
the
back and
first,
forth.
yeah. But they did do that vendor thing in the park, and that's why I think people were running across, so I don't want any of that.
No.
And my one thing was I have like the crossover of that one date for my Porch Fest and the farmer's market thing, because I thought that'd be a great tie-in, so, just so you're aware. Those are the same day.
I don't know how much authority we have over. Right, to me, this is like an informational kind of.
And I'm
If you're not
open to
closing
sharing.
streets, if you're not using our property, we probably don't have a lot of say.
Is Nate there?
Is there a lawyer in town?
Yeah, he's there.
Is he here?
And I'm open to sharing any info if that makes things easier.
Hey, Nate, you been listening?
Yep.
Any as far as
The pandemic over?
Mr. Conti should not be speaking.
Give me a break.
Is there a specific question, Mayor?
So the Porch Fest that Liz has proposed, which is on people's private property, not closing any streets, do we have any say over that? Yes or no?
Largely no. The village does not have a mass gathering law. And so, people are free to do private events on private property. To the extent that the village would like to enact some regulations about that, you certainly could, but presently there's nothing on the books. And so long as someone's not doing it so frequently that it becomes a commercial activity, I think there's not a lot for the village to do right now.
There's our answer.
Then,
Do whatever you want to do.
then we're not going to take any action on it because that's not up to us. Okay.
I'm also very aware if it gets like one street really overcrowded and whatever, I can revisit and be like,
But we appreciate you keeping us informed.
maybe we could close it down or something, but I have no desire to do that, so. I would like it to be a nice leisurely day. I tell everyone to have parties and do their thing.
We appreciate you keeping us informed about what's going on.
You're so welcome.
Mary, is that all your stuff?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is this the second Porch Fest?
Yes.
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 Oh,
Yes, this is not HOM Porch Fest. That one is closing streets and a whole festival kind of deal.
But Cindy, in case you're interested in having one, apparently this wouldn't have to be the last one. This could be
I think we have one every.
this could be the 43rd one.
Right.
Apparently you could have one.
Every weekend, do one.
Yeah,
Just call
apparently.
it that.
Charles on the porch every weekend.
Ukulele, with his ukulele.
All right. Anything else for Liz? Are you good? Okay,
Okay.
let's do Brittany next.
Could I make a suggestion?
She has young kids at home.
Could I
So
make
did Jane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 'Cause I was gonna see when we get our department heads out of here.
Let's get Brittany on here.
Hey, Brittany, you're up.
The department heads have a lot of stuff.
Thank you.
So, Tioga County is considering applying for the Open Restore New York round for 2 projects kind of lumped into one grant application in the village of Owego. So part of the Restore New York requirements is that we come to the municipality where the projects are located for a resolution of support. You guys have done these a couple of times for us with Fuddy Duddies and Tioga Trails under the Restore New York program. So the couple of projects, the first one is for 81 North Ave that the land bank purchased and is in the process of rehabbing. So we'd be looking for some Restore New York funds to support the rehabilitation of that property. And then the other piece of the application would be Temple and Liberty Street. I think you guys are mostly familiar with that project and kind of the phases we've gone through there. What we'd love to do with the Restore New York funds, the foundations for the properties that the land bank tore down in 2022 still exist at the site. So we'd be able to use Restore New York funds to remove the foundations, clean up the site, and do site work and prepare the way for possibly 5 single-family homes to be placed back on Temple and Liberty Street. So it's really at this point, it's just the resolution of support if the village board's willing to supply that for the application. We're not asking for the village to administer the grant. The county would fully handle that. So I don't know if anyone has any
Do
questions.
we have
about
any
that.
financial involvement?
No.
Okay.
So we're requesting a little over $1 million from Restore New York. Total project costs around 1.6 million. The land bank would cover the difference. And the houses would be single-family homes, and when they're complete, they'd be sold as single-family homes. There's no affordability guidelines with the Restore New York program, so we could sell them market rate.
You know I have questions.
That's okay.
Because, well, there's 3 things that we were looking for before, we're looking for in almost every development.
Okay.
So 5 single-family homes is the general feel. Do you have any idea where you want to put them there?
Yeah, so.
Not in the hole, probably farther up.
Yes, so we're working on a site plan with Fagan Engineers right now. The land bank is, it's in draft form. We've been keeping code enforcement involved. Mick and Terry have been sitting in on a couple of those meetings. So we're looking at 5 along the east side of Liberty Street there and avoiding the hole on Temple Street.
We have the elevation determination, so we know that, the ones closer to, this side, maybe they have to come up about 4 feet.
Yep.
The ones closer to the other side at the corner of Temple and Liberty, probably those two will have to come up about 10 feet. So we're looking at garages underneath, no living space, and the houses up top. And they would be built to the village's flood damage prevention regulations.
Any thought about the other side of the street, from the house that Bosse's does all the way up to the corner? Any thought about that one?
Yeah, so you guys know that the land bank, we currently have a partnership with the Owego School District at 103 Liberty Street. The school district is, the students in their building trades program is rehabbing that. The school is actually interested in the other lots there. They have a student working with Delta Engineers right now to design a single family home. So once they're finished with 103 Liberty Street, they're interested in their students in their construction program building 2 houses there.
2 more houses, because the lot next to 103 is fairly deep, and would be a good lot. And then as you go a little farther, the back of them narrow down. But the thought there is to build 2 houses through the school.
Yes.
And would that be the same? Would they just be ongoing forever projects, or something to build, to finish, and then sell those?
Yes, the single family homes.
Okay. So back to the 5.
Yes.
So the things that many of us were always concerned about was houses that fit in,
The character.
houses that fit into the neighborhood.
Yep.
That they be owned by somebody, not rented, owned by somebody, so they have skin in the game and it's their home.
Yep.
And that they not be piloted.
Yeah, there wouldn't be pilots on.
So these 5, we're looking to build them, we're looking to sell them, we're looking to have them appraised at fair market and pay taxes.
Yes.
Those are the things that we've been asking for, whoever the we is, for a long time. So
You
that's,
have, and I think the land bank has really listened to that input from this board, and that's kind of why we have adjusted here. Single family housing is allowed by right in that zoning district. We're
Sure.
making sure to follow the lot size requirements. We're looking at the setbacks. I think we'd want a little more input as we get further down the road on the setbacks, because the village has like a 25-foot setback where most of the houses on that street maybe are 10 or
there's setback in the front and the back.
yeah, so, but the Fagan engineers, they're looking at, the zoning requirements and making sure the houses fit, within that zoning district. We've talked about it as a board, like making sure that the houses fit the character of the neighborhood. So we're, cognizant of that too.
There was some talk about, that I heard through the rumor mill of smaller houses, 1,000 square foot or something like that. Is that not the case? They're bigger than that?
People kind of brought that up
I
as
know.
an idea, but your zoning code does not allow for that in that district right now. I think you have that, I'm gonna mess up the name, but it's like a tiny
houses, well, that's another, yeah, we have a thing for that, but.
it's not applied anywhere as far as I understand, so no, we're not.
So it's an average size house.
Yes.
And I assume there'll be a couple stories,
Yeah, so we're
Won't be
thinking
more.
about 1,500 square feet, no more than 2,000, somewhere in that
2-story
range.
houses,
Well, so on the sides where we need the garages underneath.
the 10-foot.
Yeah, it'd be garage underneath and there can't be living space, and then the living space would be up above. On the other side, we could look at ranches, I think, because it only has to come up about 4 feet on the one side, so.
So when we, you're asking for us, our blessing in some manner or form about Restore New York funds.
Yes, letter of, or resolution of support.
I'm sorry?
A resolution of support
A resolution of support.
for the application.
If we were, because many things have to be under our auspices, if we were not to give that, would that mean that you could not get them? Is that a necessity from the village?
Yes, it's a requirement of the Restore application.
So we have to say, yes, we're in support of it, or you can't have it.
Yes, I mean, we have to have that as a document that we submit with the application.
Okay.
Now, would they consider it without it? Maybe, but I don't know that we would score well without having.
So it's not necessary.
They ask you for it.
It's
yes.
not necessarily an absolute requirement, but if it didn't happen, it would not bode well.
I would think
Okay.
that it would go better to have the support.
Okay.
Okay, let me just clarify. So
Sure.
for the Temple and Liberty, you're just asking for the money to remove the existing foundations, right?
So we use the money to remove the existing foundations, do any site work that's necessary. We can have funds to use to reconstruct. We wouldn't have enough with the restore funds to do that on its own, so we'd have to kind of piece together some other sources potentially there, so. But yeah, it's the taking care of the foundations, the site work, and some of the funds would be for reconstruction to match the land bank funds.
So I still have more.
Okay.
What would be, I'm gonna say it in a way, what would be the chances, although that's not exactly what I mean, but what would be the possibility or the chances or whatever of we give our go-ahead on this, you go ahead, and then somehow that idea of the single-family homes gets changed to something else? What's the chances that it might morph into something other than what we're looking
So
at?
when you apply for Restore New York, they allow for funds for single family.
That is part of it, single-family.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be specifically what we'd be requesting in our application. They would not allow us to just.
Morph that into something else.
Anything else?
Well, last piece, I know I asked many questions, but somebody has to ask these.
Yeah.
Everything that comes to us is, you have to do it yesterday.
So
No, I'm just saying that, but I'm
No,
just,
so the applications are due May 22nd, so if you guys want to consider it, I can come back to your first meeting in May. That's fine with me, so you don't.
and that wouldn't be a burden upon you or whoever else if we, because many of us do not like, not on you, but we do not like something in a box on 4 o'clock on Monday, and we're sitting here with something brand new, and we gotta vote on this because it's right now. We just don't like that.
I understand, and
Yeah.
just the nature of grant applications.
Sometimes it's,
They give you like 2 months. to
yeah,
apply.
sometimes it's,
That's why I wanted to come here pretty early, just to make you guys aware of it and, give you
Yeah,
time to
you
think
need to
about
know
it.
well ahead of the
appreciate that.
grant deadline to get all your paperwork done.
Yes.
Appreciate that, and there was a degree of unhappiness and upsetness, not with you, because you were part and parcel to it, of the last project and us not being, for the longest time, filled in on what was going on and what was happening, so we appreciate anything with the county that puts us in partnership and lets us know what they're thinking, so we can be partners with the county.
Absolutely.
Can we make this decision next meeting?
Why can't we do it now?
What are we doing now?
We can do it now, Fred, we can do everything now, I just continue to, I don't like to just do decisions that are slammed at us and never had a chance to think about it, didn't have a chance to look at it. I didn't have a chance to go to my neighborhood and ask those people what they think. I don't have any chance to do any of this, because it's right here, right now. I don't like to do that. We can do it now. We can do everything right now. We're apparently doing that tonight. So we can do it on this too. Anybody got anything else brand new they want to bring up to right now? I don't like to do it that way. I like to think about it unless there's a great reason to do it immediately.
Well, I do think talking to the neighborhood makes good sense, and I do think this would probably fit much better in their neighborhood. So I do think, maybe Brittany would mind coming back May 6th. That would be wonderful, and then we would have an opportunity to do that.
Does anybody have any questions about 81 North Ave? We probably have.
Sure. How are we doing on that? That's great.
Well, you're looking for a letter of support on that one, too, right?
Yeah, so we do have land bank initiative funding committed to that already, so we're looking for some additional matching funds for Restore New York. So Sunstream came, there was a pigeon infestation on the 3rd floor, so they came in and cleaned it, had their HEPA filters, gutted it. I'm sure you guys kind of saw some of that activity over there. Sanitized the 3rd floor. The land bank contracted with Ann Hirsch, she's an architect. We actually met over at the site with her today, and code enforcement to walk through the building. They did their measurements. We were contracting with CJM Quality to do the rest of the interior clean out and the demolition down to the studs. So it's going well. It's moving.
So how much will eventually be put? It's gonna be all on grants? Does the land bank have to come up with, are they 100% grants, or do you have to come up with a match?
We have some of our ARPA funds as well
Yeah.
as a match, but we have our land bank initiative funding that we get through the state that we're putting toward the project. You know, the land bank is primarily grant funded as an organization to begin with, so we don't take on projects unless we have the grant funding in place to be able to manage them.
So when you get that all done.
Yep.
There'll be quite an investment in that. I mean, but it'll be great that we saved the building and that it's nice. I'll ask that later. Because there was a big fight about OHPC. Are we gonna try to retain the front of it?
Yeah,
And
so actually we worked
and the historic?
to get some pictures. I think Jim Orheiser sent some pictures of the building from the 40s. So we're gonna try to look to restore it back to that condition. It was a condition of SHPO, that we retained the historic windows in the front there, the bay windows. So those will have to be restored, but safety measures will have to be put in place. We're talking with code enforcement about that. There's not a lot left historic on the interior, mostly trim and a couple of doors, but we're gonna try to retain those where we can.
And then the last piece, once it's done, how much do you think we'll have invested in that?
It's hard for me to say right now until, you know, we have a budget.
$500,000 or something. It's gonna be a significant amount.
It's gonna be a little under $500,000. We have like a budgeted amount until we get the finalized bids and all that. And then I think maybe I'm jumping ahead here.
You know where I'm going.
I do know where you're going. So the plan is to transfer the property to a separate for-profit LLC. It goes back on the tax rolls, pay taxes just like any other property. But the land bank, it'll be an affiliate of the land bank, and the revenue from that will be invested back in the land bank and back in revitalization projects.
So when we do all that, it'll go back, it'll be a separate LLC. Is that the land banks LLC?
It will be, yeah.
Okay.
We haven't
But that's
formed
fine,
it
but
yet.
we know that you're going from a nonprofit to a
Yep.
hybrid.
Anyway, too, just so you guys understand, with land banks, the way we're structured, when we own properties, they go on the Section 8 roll. As soon as land banks accept revenue or income, like rent spaces, that takes that tax exempt status away. So there are land banks that actually own properties where they lease to tenants, and those properties cannot be tax exempt because they're accepting income. But in this case, we are going to transfer it to a separate for-profit.
So you'll do that, and then, once again, will there be a pilot here?
No.
Okay, so the land bank will do that process, and then land bank will have its profits to do other things, and it'll be on the village tax rolls from that, because that's one of our pieces that we.
So and I will say too, we will probably look at 485B, which is not a pilot, that's allowed by right when you approve a structure.
Okay.
So that would be a conversation with the town, with Rick Pedro and the town.
About what the assessment might be.
Yes, yeah, and it's a scalable, I think it's over a 10-year period. Any of whatever the difference in the assessment is.
So that it's similar to a pilot. The assessment will be, we call them pilots, but that's one of the things that's somewhat acceptable to some of the communities is when we're going to start off and you're going to pay 10% of the taxes the first year and 20% the second year, however that stuff
Yeah, we
works.
wouldn't be, I think it's 50%.
50 and then in
value.
10 it goes up to 100 or what?
Yes, yeah.
That's
allowed by right too for property owners.
whether or not that's called, we think of that as a pilot, but whether that's a pilot or not, that's something that's not completely unacceptable. That's, people feel that's more fair, other than a 30-year pilot where it's 4%. Yeah,
And a lot of time with pilots, they take them back to zero, and that wouldn't be happening. It'd be the baseline plus the 50% of the assessed value on top.
Good.
Yeah.
That's most of my questions.
We need a resolution of support for that one as well, right?
It's one application with.
They're both together.
Yeah.
And it's the same application, so that next meeting would still be a fine too. We got plenty of time. So it's the same thing that's going into 26th.
22nd, yep.
20 whatever.
The only other, I don't want to take up too much of your time, I know.
Do it.
I just wanted to mention a couple of the other land banks projects. 247 Main Street is another property that the land bank owns. Initially, it's in pretty bad condition. It's the one across from the Methodist church there. It's all boarded up. Initially, the intent was to demolish that, but the State Historic Preservation Office is not allowing that. So we had to have a structural assessment done, conversations with engineers about that. We do have an RFP out right now for developers that are interested in partnering with the land bank to acquire it and rehab it. The land bank will likely be contributing funds to that rehab to make it make sense for the developer.
So those are due April 19th. We have one application so far, which I think, you know, people would be pleased with. And then looking with SHPO at possibly tearing off, them allowing us to tear off the garage structure and the porch above that's kind of collapsing. So we're still kind of working through that process, but I just want to make you guys aware of that. I think, you know, we did the 4 demolitions in the village back in the fall, which we completed those. The village contributed the 35,000 ARPA funds, which we closed out. And then we're working on the transfer of 98 Fox Street. Because that was the agreement in the original memorandum of understanding that the village would acquire that once the demolitions were complete.
How'd that work out? So we had the 35 ARPA contribution, but I know we had talked about maybe that will come in less, but it probably didn't.
It came in a little bit more. So
Yeah, now we were hoping. And the 2 up on the end of Front Street there by East Front over the tracks.
437 Front Street.
Yeah, are those yours? I forgot.
So we did the same, kind of a similar situation with what we're doing with 247 Main Street. We put out an RFP. We had, I think, 2 developers submit. The land bank moved forward with.
Did you have both of them or just one of those?
Just one, 437. The one next door is privately owned that they're starting to paint and all that.
Those are great.
Yeah, he did a
Houses
really
we
nice
thought were
job.
going to be torn down because they were crap.
It would have, yeah. So in that case with 437, the land bank came in and repaired the foundation, I think for 45,000, 36,000 for that.
Wow.
And that made it make sense for the developer to come in and save the rest of the property. He's done a really nice job. I don't know if you guys have seen pictures of it online, but.
Do we have to say nice things about the land bank now?
You do not. You can say whatever you want, Rusty. I'm good. I like the land bank.
But that's a good thing.
Yeah, they're all good projects. We're trying to save structures where we can. So.
That's the goal.
Very good.
Thanks, Brittany. Anybody have anything for Brittany?
Thanks for your patience.
Go home, go to bed now.
I know. I think the kids are sleeping, so
Yeah.
thanks, guys.
Time for that.
Got me out of that.
Should we do Paul quick? So he's not. You don't have much on the agenda.
I don't have anything on the agenda.
Good.
My information was scanned. Let me get to it. It's emailed out to the board members. We've done 59 calls so far this month, above and beyond stuff. We onboarded the new person during the day, started last Tuesday, now cleared by the medical director. We submitted a volunteer paramedic recertification to the New York State Department of Health. And keynote here is we started bylaw process internally to change our titles of the officers to follow National Incident Command System. So, I mean, you guys can call us what you want to, other than when we're on scene of calls and all that. And somebody calls on the phone, you know, I want to speak to who's in charge. I'm the EMS captain. Nope, I want to speak to who's in charge. Oh, you want to speak to the mayor? No. Okay, I want to speak to who's in charge. It gets confusing out there in the world. So internally, we're doing that. So the village doesn't have to follow suit if they choose not to. 2031 is in service, no issues, 25,000 miles. We had the windshield replaced due to an object strike, whatever it was. 2032 is out of service, has an EGR valve replacement, and 2033 is in service, 149,000 miles, new front brakes by Fred's crew last week, and 2051 is in service. So, any questions for me?
Anybody have anything EMS? Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Thank you.
Stu James.
Right to me.
You're up.
So we have a number of.
What about Fred?
No, Fred has a bunch of stuff.
Okay, excuse me.
Have a number of decisions to be made. I think most of them have been discussed previously to one degree or another. the first and simplest thing I believe would be the issue at the basketball and pickleball courts. So a change order was presented quite a while ago now at this point. ZMK has turned down the material that was presented to them. And they are willing to use it if Hunt stamps it and says for them to use it. That does not.
Is that the material that's sitting out in the parking lot waiting? To use?
No, it's the gravel, the base.
Gravel.
material.
We're gonna use.
The base of the court.
So this was, so originally they found it, they presented an idea of putting what we thought was an extra amount of material that they really needed. We tried to get the price down by supplying the material. They're saying that they will use it if we stamp it and say that they can use it, but they won't stand by their work. They won't provide you with their warranty. So even if Hunt was to say, yes, this material is acceptable, use it, it would not cover you if they failed to construct it properly. So then you guys would kind of be left holding the bag of that. So our recommendation is to accept their change order as they presented it, so you guys can retain your warranty on their work. The change order is approximately $30,000. It is covered with the money that we've already moved around. So it will be covered with the changes we previously made and still retain the $60,000 that we have for Marvin Park to put towards the bathroom once we get that final number.
Yeah, that's all I get you.
Make a motion.
Yep. We're gonna make a motion to approve the change order. If you guys would like to.
This is part of our contingency.
Yeah, it's all in the budget.
For the park.
Yeah.
$1,000 change order on
We just have to,
Sub-base construction to retain the
sub-base.
warranty.
I can't just sign that one for sure.
Gotta do what we have to do.
Okay.
And I think we need the warranty.
Yeah, no, I think it's
That doesn't
crazy.
seem reasonable to not get that.
It's crazy to do it and not get
That
one
would cover it.
They could crack 2 days after they put it
That's what I
in.
mean. So it,
Walk away.
And that's
especially
probably
that kind of construction, it really is up to the contractor to make sure that they are doing the work properly, even if we approve the material. If they don't do something, it's still gonna go to crap, and then you're still gonna be
Then you
stuck
have to
with
call
it.
them back and more money, more money.
Right.
It'd be nice to be able to hold them accountable.
Mike, is it on here somewhere? It's not on our.
No, it's not.
Okay. So it's a motion to, I don't have the word, change order for the sub-base.
Change order number 5.
Change order number 5? Oh, okay. Called
There is just a full transparency. If you say change order number 5, there is another small part of that that is $2,000 to correct the fences that we wanted. That is covered under the allowance that was under the project. So that is not any addition, money that was changed, anything like that. It's covered under the initial allowance budgeted for the project.
Is that the gates and the fence?
Yeah, that was just sliding a couple of the gates and adding the extra gate at the far end.
So that's called change order number 5?
It is, yeah.
So that will include the 30,000 sub-base and the $2,000 for the fence.
Yeah.
Move that we accept the change order number 5.
I second that.
Questions, discussion on that? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yeah.
Charm?
Yes.
And yes. I can sign that one.
Forget what exactly needs voting on, but the next one,
Playground equipment?
what's that?
Playground equipment?
Yeah, I hope you guys had a chance to open that email and kind of look at the pallets. I assume that you'll want to go with something very similar or close to what is out there already. I'd like to get some specific direction from you. If we don't give them an answer very soon, I mean, it's a 3-month lead time on this equipment. So we need to get the order in as soon as possible.
So what are we changing color from to?
We're just selecting the color for the equipment.
We never did that before.
No, because, so our original plan for the equipment was to allow the contractor to make a recommendation for the equipment. We had equipment selected in it, but we wanted to leave it open so that if the contractor tried to suggest very expensive equipment that was outside the budget, that we could say, no, this equipment's on sale, let's get this one. Because every season, they have playgrounds that are rotating out of season that are discounted. The contractor came up with exactly what we asked for within the budget for everything. So we took out a slide and we took out the merry-go-round. We're putting in a large slide, a small slide, and a crawl tube is the replacement for that. So they came back with that exact set of items, and then they just need us to select the color palette to go
Yeah,
with
which I would go along with your thing, right? The structure that's over there is red and green, so.
Yeah, so the structure that is over there is beige slides, green metal with red metal rails.
Right.
So the top and the bottom of the safety stuff is all green and the rails are red.
So that's what they're recommending and that's what we're sniffing at doing?
Something similar.
That's what I'm recommending, unless for some reason, I think the new signage and stuff for Owego is like kind of like a goldish, yellowish with a blue. If you guys for some reason wanted to go that
Match
direction.
those signs that we don't love?
I don't think we want just 2 or 3 things that color and the other
Yeah.
stuff, you know what I mean?
So I mean, the equipment in there is in very good condition. My previous recommendation was not to replace that equipment, to keep it there to save money. I think it's gonna be there for a while still, so.
Yeah, I would say match it.
So that's Christmas, right? Red and green?
Yeah, Christmas
Red
theme.
and beige, yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Santa
it is.
Claus theme.
It is a little bit odd when you think about it like that, but if you look at the pictures and stuff, it doesn't look bad. Like all the plastic is beige, all the metal is red or green, depending on the section.
Move that we approve red and green metal for existing monkey bars, to match existing monkey bars and beige to match existing slides. We're trying to give
Second that.
because we've talked about this before, we don't give
Well, this is
official approval to a lot of these things, so we're trying to do that.
to be official.
Yep.
Put it on there. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Brad?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
General?
Yes.
And yes.
Felt like Dave wanted to say no there.
Yeah,
Just
no.
like, it's a little, that's David.
Santa Claus coming at
Oh, I wanted to say orange and purple, orange and purple for me.
Syracuse colors or?
So the next item I would like to talk about is the flood development permits. So I have submitted 4 of them to you guys. 3 of them are straightforward, no additional changes, nothing out of the ordinary. I've sat with Mick, gone through the package that I'm giving to him, and they have given us the thumbs up, said if you submit this, we're comfortable with doing it, and if there's no deviations from the code, we can approve it. So the only thing we have to do is just get a signature and send those in, and then I supplied the variance as well, because I would like approval to say, yes, this has been corrected to what we want, stating the sections for the variance that we want, so that we can submit that to Mick. He will then, from my understanding, get outside help to approve that, because it's outside their scope or ability to review that. So that one's for the bathroom.
Oh, that's our,
Yeah.
that's our glitch.
Yeah, I would say he definitely needs outside help for that.
Yeah.
Do you need us to do anything on that?
I guess I think it would be worth it to at least read the variance. So under the variance, there's a section where you have to list the sections of code.
Okay.
It's been very, what's the word? Very specific on this point on what we're accepting for a variance. We got approval to proceed for the variance. We have done that. We've proceeded. We've produced the package, and now we're coming to you and saying, this is the package we're submitting to code. So, I mean, code won't necessarily bring that to you guys or show that to you. They will have to go to the planning board to get approval for that. If you follow this, my understanding is that we should have no objection. We followed all the recommendations that have been provided to us. And so once this is approved, we will then have to still take the contractor's adjusted price and bring that to you guys with the approved variance to then get additional approval from the board to say, yes, we're okay with whatever this change is to accommodate this.
Build it.
Yeah, to actually build it.
I'd like the short version of Laura's, because she knows a bunch of what this stuff is. This what we're supposed to be doing, what you thought?
Well, did you, were you able to print off that variance?
Oh, no, but
Let's say, I thought I sent just the one.
I probably have it somewhere.
Let's
Maybe
say,
this
I
might
could,
just be the
I
plan.
could pull it up and read it.
Okay.
Just give me a moment.
I'm sure I can pull it up in my email. You sent it.
So yeah, I just sent it, so it will be on the top of your email on the way here. Schedule. This is the floodplain development.
This one has the schedule. And the information from you guys. I have it here.
You got it?
If it opens.
Yeah, so specifically, it's section 117, article 5, section 17, A1 and A2. So those are the articles that indicate that you either have to dry flood-proof or you have to raise the elevation. So that is the variance we were asking for. And then the A2 is the restriction that if you have to meet the minimum requirement for floodproofing, which would be raising the utilities to meet it. So we're not asking for multiple variances. It's one variance about the for wet floodproofing instead of dry floodproofing, and then we are accommodating the second part of that, which is raising the utilities up.
Okay. Makes sense as much as I know, but that's not everything.
So do we need action?
Yeah, there's like 4 of them, right? Four permits?
4 permits. This is the only one I believe that needs any, I think, what I would say formal approval and directive from you guys, kind of saying that, you guys have looked at this, and because previously we presented this and we're going to submit it. That was declined. You guys didn't want to do that, so we have redacted it now to be exactly what you guys requested, and so we just want formal approval on that before we submit it. The other 3 flood development permits are not, they're just covering your guys' paperwork because we said we wanted to catch up with this. It's for, the skate park, what I'm calling the rest of Marvin Park, so the playground, technically anything we do that puts a shovel in the ground, we need one of these. So we're covering all of those with the 1 permit because there's no complicated parts of that. The parking lot, just to kind of go back and again, cover our paperwork and make sure we have all that, followed it. The one part that we broke out was the skate park, because we are showing cut and fill calculations for that the volume we were taking out and the volume we were putting back is a net 0, which meets the code, but for code's sake of reviewing, we don't want them to feel like they are approving a more complicated part as a bunch of easy ones. So they should be able to look at least 2 of them and just go, yep, these are great, stamp, and move on. The skate park, we don't anticipate any calculations, but at least if they don't anticipate any issues with that, but at least if they want to do a very thorough review, they can do that separately without holding up any of the other permits. And then the variance they will need to support. So right now, the only thing we are voting on, or I'm asking you to vote on, is the variance.
The 1 permit for the
The
variance.
1 permit for the variance.
1 permit for the variance for the bathroom.
Correct.
Are we pretty clear now on what we said, what we wanted, what they didn't get approval for, and what we're now going to resubmit in a different manner of what we wanted?
I'm gonna,
So how will this be worded?
I'd say approve the variance application as submitted by engineering.
Second,
I would recommend that you add the date on there.
tell you what.
Because we've submitted
Oh,
to,
true.
Oh, yeah.
You recommended
Yeah.
what?
that you add the date, the specific,
Oh,
so it's the
okay.
variance submitted on this date.
The date is blank.
Yeah, Mike was saying that he just got it wrong.
April,
Well, the date
Yeah,
is
yeah.
approved for the signature, but
15th.
I mean, you could say that it was submitted today.
Right.
I
April
mean, I
15th.
emailed it a couple times, but just that way, there's no mix-up of the previous permit.
Yeah.
And I second that. Mike had started to say that, but I interrupted him with my second, so he.
Approving the variance application submitted on April 15th.
For the,
Submitted.
for the bathroom, parking lot, or whatever.
Any discussion or questions for James on that specific thing?
I didn't have enough time to read the whole thing. I read, the other ones, but they weren't as involved.
Yeah, so, I mean, and again, you guys can take whatever time you want if this needs to be, reviewed. Again, it's gonna be one of those things that you guys, regardless of whether it's approved, it's gonna have to come back around to be approved for construction. As always, whatever time we add on, adds more time, adds more money.
Yeah.
So do we want to,
You do know it's the same details that
Same thing.
some, that we voted to do, but not everybody voted to do it, but we voted to do it.
well, we have a motion and a second. Should we vote on it?
Yeah.
Let's see what it does.
Get her done.
Get like site-specific information for the project about like the flow of water and stuff like that. And so that's in here. So it's stuff that we're supposed to look at before we just approve it without.
All you're approving is for us to submit. I mean, technically, it's up to code to make sure that
It's all correct.
it's all correct. I mean, you guys can't be expected
We're just
to,
saying you filled in the form,
yeah,
send it in.
you guys are saying that, I basically, Hunt has done what you asked and is submitting, what you asked on your behalf. And again, if you guys want to take time to relook at that, but I mean, I don't think anybody expects you to look at the engineering drawings and the calculations for the vent flow and and give that sort of approval, make sure that the equipment was all moved up appropriately on the drawings. I mean, by all means,
We're not approving the variance, we're just approving that you did what we asked you to do.
yes.
We get some further approval later on construction, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera. This is a step.
It says we told them to go prepare the application, they did. So,
Yeah, I mean, my recommendation to you guys as a board, would be to, you guys hired me as your expert. I'm saying that I did what you did, what you asked. I submit it, and then after that, if it gets approved, you talk to your code guy and say, hey, you approved this, does it meet the codes? This is what we wanted. Do you have any concerns? And so then you're not taking me only at my word. You guys are being fact checked by your own officials and your own. That's kind of the safety net you guys built into it by saying we can go forward with the variance, but not the construction.
all right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's move on. Let's see what happens. Rusty?
Yes?
Laura?
No.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
The next thing is the request for quotes for boring at the skate park in order to mitigate any other potential hiccups from excavating and finding, as Charles will find, of Indian burial grounds. So the lowest quote that we got was $7,325. That is to bore 2 poles at 25 feet and then restore existing conditions, which is, the typical kind of quote for that. You can go up to 50 feet down. I don't think that's necessary, but the lowest quote did have an additional 2,000 built on to go down to that. The 2 other quotes that we got were 10,000 for just the 25 feet and then a little over 12. So they're all pretty much what you would expect for those. There will be some lead time on those, so this isn't, we asked them, to be able to provide preliminaries as quickly as possible, so we should be able to move ahead with construction based on that. But we're kind of in the thick of construction season right now, so they won't commit to a schedule until they have a signed contract.
So the question is, do we want to do that?
I think we need to do it.
So we don't get,
James,
You
were
know,
they,
more
just
surprises.
remind me, is that going through the slab or is that going next to it? in the dirt?
Through the slab, but it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's more about getting the rig there,
Okay.
renting the rig for 2 days, and going down to the
Maybe
depth.
Streeter wasn't gonna do it for free, huh?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, they'll dig a hole for you for no problem, like, but again, that only goes down to 4 or 5 feet.
so you think 10 feet would be sufficient?
I think digging
25.
those holes would be
20.
sufficient.
25.
Yeah, I mean, for the basketball courts, I mean, they only dug down 18 inches and they knew they had an issue.
Okay, so if there's anything gonna be found, it's gonna be found.
Again, I hate to try to give you a guarantee or anything, but I mean,
25, right?
25 foot.
Charles, the Indians buried him 40.
I know.
Well, then we shouldn't even uncover that.
Well, I don't think they're
It's
gonna
just
be
if we
digging that
As long as we
deep
don't
to
find
do the
Jimmy
skate
Hoffa.
park.
Yeah, I mean, we're only taking essentially we're taking the elevation down about 1.5 feet across the entire skate park, and that's essentially to offset the ramps that are being built up. So the park is kind of being shrunk a little bit. It's being dug. It's being lowered a little bit, but currently you just have stuff on the slab, which doesn't count for any cut fill or flood stuff. But since we're going with a concrete park that is going to be, built up with dirt and then laid concrete over it, that counts as cut fill volume changes. So we balance that with, shrinking the site a little bit and adjusting the grade to match that.
So do we want to do these borings? Because they're not in the budget, correct?
Yeah, this would have to be an additional change order beyond, the current construction of that.
Have we used up all the contingency?
You have not. This would use up,
We're gonna.
well, not the contingency. This would use up the rest of the allowance.
Okay.
It would be a little bit more expensive if you chose to go that route, because in that case, you have to go through Streeter and they're gonna apply overhead to it. So currently, what we're doing right now is direct contracting between you and the boring, the geotechs. So if you decided to go through Streeter, you could say that, but then your 7,000 is gonna add another 15%. So maybe that's one way to do it. And it only costs you a little bit. Personally, I really like having that. I mean, 7,000 doesn't seem a lot, but it's really nice when fences come in a little bit wonky and you guys don't need a real formal change order or anything to approve it. I can just say, yeah, that's okay, a couple $1,000.
So where would we pay the 7,000? Like we have to come up with it, or?
Yeah, you guys, this would be outside of DRI stuff, outside of, similar to the soil testing that we did previously, like, this would be a contract between Owego and the low bidder, which is currently Terraco.
Okay. So that's our question is, if we approve it, where do we take the 7,000 whatever dollars from?
So it's 7 out of our budget, not our DRI budget, 7 out of ours. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but boy, I don't even want to tell you how this is gonna go on budget time for us.
I mean, you guys can put it into the DRI plan. There's nothing against that again. Streeter's just gonna apply their standard 15% overhead.
Never come out to what?
That's another $1,050. But that's, so
well,
Streeter would do it for,
about
wait, so
10,000, right?
we got the bid, Streeter would do it for the 7? Who's doing it for the 7?
No, it's separate. Streeter
So
will do
the
it for
additional 15% would be about $1,000.
6,000.
Okay, so they do it for
percentage.
8,000.
You get what you pay for.
It's not Streeter doing it. It's allowing it to be done under that contract.
Okay.
So essentially, you're, at that point, you're approving a change order through Streeter, and then we can still use DRI money for that in whatever, whether we take it from the contingency that we currently have, or whether we apply the field change allowance. But the only way to apply the DRI money to it is to go through Streeter, because they're the people we approved the contract with. That's all been filed with the state.
So they have to bill us for it.
Yeah, so anything under that contract, if you guys want to get reimbursed for it, it needs to be through Streeter. Streeter needs, they don't do that work. They're general contractors. They're gonna contract it out. They'll be happy to,
But it'll still be that 7 that they're gonna.
yeah, they'll be happy to take the bids. We already did all the work for them. They just get a 15% bump.
Well, why in the world would we try to find $7,000 in our budget when we can find $8,000 in the DRI budget? Cause.
Yeah.
Cause.
Well, there's always that chance that we might
No,
found something.
we're not saying not to do it.
Costs even more than.
No, we're not saying not to do it. We're saying whether we want to do it on our dime or on the DRI dime, and our dime is 7 and the DRI dime is 8.
I agree, it needs to be done.
Well, then let's do it on the DRI dime.
So somebody make a motion to approve that one.
Is that, what do we call that? Is that a change order then? If we're gonna do it through Streeter?
Yeah, so in this case, it would be to approve a proposal to change order for geotech report on the street.
I kind of half got that. What he said.
Say it again.
So you guys are approving to propose a change order, because Streeter still has to accept it.
Okay.
So it's just a proposal at this point. And so you're giving Mike the authority to say, if Streeter accepts this, he can sign it without bringing it to the board again. So it's to propose Streeter
Opposed?
to change order for geotech services at the skate park.
So James,
And do we put a number in or no?
honestly, what do you think is the best?
As far as, I think you guys should do the borings. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you guys struck oil under these damn things. You know what I mean? Like, we've talked about this.
We don't need DRS.
We've talked about this in the past where I told you guys, the reason we didn't do any of this stuff during a lot of those phases is because all of those researches and databases have been checked ahead of time. And so, but we're still bumping into things.
They clearly didn't do a great job.
We're still flossing our teeth with the budget. So it's one of those things where my personal statement has always been, statistics aren't comforting to the 1%. So I kind of came up with that with my son has hydrocephalus. The percentages that he would have gotten that without any genetic, thing from me or my wife is astronomical, the chances of that. That's not comforting to me. I still landed in that pinhole.
You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, considering the size of these budgets, I strongly agree with Rusty. What's 8,000 compared to 7,000?
So I moved that, did somebody second it?
Nobody's done anything yet.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Did you finish that?
Finish that
Well,
motion.
it was a proposed change order from Streeter for
Geotech services.
geotech.
Great.
And all that.
Do we want to put a number on it, maximum $10,000 or something?
Well, I mean, you said you thought that they were gonna take that bid and that's how that'll be.
Well, yeah, they're gonna take that and they're gonna apply a percentage to it.
You think
I
it's
think it would be
15?
smart to put a percentage not to exceed 8,500. So Streeter comes back and tries to put a 25%, 30% cap on that. You guys Mike can't just sign it blindly and move on.
8,500, because that's a little over 20%.
500 max.
And that would obviously still come back to you guys for approval before that.
8,500 back.
Vote on that, Rusty,
Yes.
Lauren,
Yes.
Dave, Fran,
Yes.
Jerry,
Yes.
Charles.
Yes.
And yes.
Okay.
So, slightly more complicated issue, the firehouse.
Uh-huh.
So, we asked Hale to look at that small section by the tower to try to waterproof it and get a budget back to us for that. Hale has come back and said the only way to watertight that area and be comfortable with it is to address a number of structural issues with the tower. So we're not talking about a historic restoration, but addressing, structural problems to make sure this tower is safe, that they're not gonna seal it and then, a year from now, that's not gonna come down and something's gonna happen. So with that, the cost is a lot. So they're looking at $473,000 instead of the budgeted $193,000.
So we were assuming that we were gonna get that whole roof done and underneath the tower to waterproof for $197,655. And now they're saying to do that extra piece under the tower, it's gonna be a total of $275 difference, gonna be $473 altogether.
Well, so it's not just the part under the tower.
No, I understand that's the whole roof, but
Well,
we thought we
it's-
were gonna get the whole roof, including under the tower, for $197. I don't know why we thought that, but.
No, because that's accurate. The 200, approximately 200 is to address the tower issues above that. They're saying they can't do anything on the base unless they address the issues above the tower. This is, yeah, this is just structurally, not.
No, but we weren't gonna do anything with the tower, and we thought that they were gonna do the entire roof, the 80% around the tower, and waterproof the underneath the tower into the building, and they were gonna do it for $200,000, which they're not.
Yeah.
Now they're gonna do it for $470,000.
Double.
But you are getting additional work
Some structural on the
that
top.
was not set up in that previous recommendation. So that's the thing. So when they bid on it, 160,000 was the, low bid for that. So $40,000 under what we had set aside for this. So the tower is, 8x8 area. So we said, okay, let's see what they'll charge us to waterproof that area as well. Because if you do the roof and you don't do anything with that tower, it's still gonna have water coming through and mass leaks. So Hale is saying that the only way to water seal or go underneath all of that is to address some of the structural issues in that tower. Otherwise, you end up plugging a hole and having a flimsy tower on top.
Did anybody come up with the idea of maybe demolishing the tower since
Yeah,
we have
take the tower
since we have a replica on the hose team house that we're building with the bell in it already? Just have to put the clock somewhere, probably on the side of John's building. But,
Although taking it off wouldn't be cheap either. Right?
yeah, I mean, it'd be less than $400,000.
The 400 is the whole roof with the tower.
Yeah, so the
200,000.
Did this already.
We thought we did it too.
you did the 160,000, that's what we bid out for just the roof. For just the main
Yeah, but
area.
it was told to us that.
We thought it
fix
was the roof and the roof under the tower.
We seal the roof, it'll stop the tower from doing whatever it's doing, gravity taking over, whatever. That's what I was under the impression.
When we thought that this was the roof and the roof under the tower, we certainly weren't foolish enough to think we're gonna do, once again, that 80% of the roof and the tower that will leak all down through it for all the reasons. We won't do anything with that. We thought we were getting under the tower, and I'm assuming that's what we thought, but these guys are saying that won't work. You gotta do structural stuff under the tower. So we thought they could do some roofing under the tower and that would work, and now these guys are saying structural. And that won't work to just throw some roofing under there or whatever we thought they were gonna do.
That's how you.
Great.
It's like the shell game in Manhattan.
Yeah. How many times have we changed this?
So where do we go from here? I guess that's the question.
What's this here where it says there are also 3 alternatives proposed? What's
Yeah,
that?
I mean, just for transparency, I provided that information, but it's for additional work in the clock tower if you wanted to make the clock work and, forget what the exact alternatives were.
So if we were gonna do something to the tower to try and improve it, to save it, this is more stuff we could do.
Yeah, I
on the
mean,
tower.
I wouldn't, I mean, that's just them trying to get some additional money essentially for if you decided to spend this and wanted to go above and beyond. I mean, ultimately, your decision comes down to, do this work or don't do it. We've cut this a lot of different ways and laid it out a lot of different ways, but, the only way we're gonna get this roof waterproofed so that when we clean in the inside of it, that everything is usable, that's the number, 400.
Other than that, we won't be able to use our company rooms.
It would be a waste of $150,000.
It's beyond that, Charles. If we don't do something with that roof, it's not just those top floor company rooms, it's
The
the
whole,
whole station. Great.
I think we gotta do it. The question is, where does the money come from?
So the previous budget was 377.
So that was the original budget set by the DRI long before that was the maximum amount that was
6
set
years.
by it.
Yeah.
Honestly, that number is really just academic at this point, because that was 6 years ago. But, so, I mean, your option is obviously to cut or adjust some of the other projects. Where my eye instantly goes is the trail. I mean, we already know a number of obstacles that are going through this. There's a lot of money going into that trail without a lot of reward for the village. I mean, it's not a very visible option. But
Fire station's definitely way more visible than a trail.
What's the price of the trail from West Main Street, where it's gonna start there by the Tina League Parks, West
so I
Main
think
Street?
last time we discussed it was 300,000.
There's our money.
300,000 up up to the creek, and that would also be the other side. Of course, the other side's in pretty good shape.
The other side's in
top.
pretty good shape already. We really just wanted to make some minor adjustments and add a waypoint.
Yeah.
But that side is actually gonna cause us more problems because it's completely under DEC restriction.
The other side is.
Yeah.
The northern part of it, the part that's in better condition, because the southern part, we can avoid all DEC lands. We have to make more
'Cause we own it.
modifications, but you own it. So you could do whatever you want. Well, not whatever you want, but most of what you want with significantly less.
You think that the state would allow us to move that 300 and some to the fire station?
Yes, I do.
I think that's a
Do
better.
we even
I
have
gotta
any choice
present-
in that, hardly? Pretty
If
much
I gotta
not.
present this to the fire board that what we said was gonna happen is not gonna happen, I'm gonna get stoned. I mean, not stoned in
You're
a way
gonna
that feel good.
You're gonna get that
I'm gonna
tonight
get
at
hurt.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, no, I think we got no choice.
you don't have a lot of good options. I mean, the firehouse has really been not good news, one after another after another.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Done
where,
this year?
what's that?
Can we get it done this year?
I think Hale is ready to move. You guys signed it? I mean, I think they would start
Take another
construction.
winter.
So James, one more time. Current budget, 197,655. That's what we got right now?
Yes.
Okay, that 377 was what we had asked for and they gave us, but then they chopped it down to 200 and then blah, 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 and all this other
Yeah,
stuff. Okay, so and you think it's 300-ish for the trail.
Yes.
So if it was 300 and we added that to the 197, we're at 500. And we gotta tell you what, that 473 base price, that'll be 600 before you blink 3 times. I'm just
No,
being
that's-
pessimistic.
You guys won't hear any objections from me. Listen, I've been bonked over the head with these bidding stuff nonstop.
Dave,
Have they actually got inside the tower and evaluated
Oh, yeah.
how much structural work needs to be done?
Yeah, we've done all that.
So this quote is.
This is bare
It's not
minimum.
gonna come back later and say,
No,
"Well,
this
we
number
didn't
is set.
realize."
We have a contract with that. If you guys sign it, they can't change the number. They can't, you know, they,
Now, this does not rehabilitate and repair that tower.
No,
This
it's
is just to do some structure under that tower so that they can do the roof.
Put the roof in.
And that tower's still gonna be in mediocre shape and crap.
Still gonna look like
But eventually the building will go if you let it stay wet.
Oh, no, we have to do
that.
something here.
And,
There's way too much damage.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the roof was gone more than 6 years ago.
yeah, so I mean, the quote for just the historical restoration, which included the structural work that needed to be done, was a little over $1 million. So you're talking about 20% of that work, you know, to also repair the roof.
But if we cause I know the fire department itself is exploring other grants. So if we did get money to do the historical restoration, it would be less if we do this
Ideally, it would be
work
less.
with the DRI.
money
It wouldn't be the
costs,
whole million.
money costs more the longer you wait. So, I mean, depending on how long, that number could get back up to that million again. I'd love to.
Sounds like a
We have to
whole
do,
lot
we have to
more
do this roof,
firehouse
and we have to do this roof, and we have to do it yesterday.
Yeah.
And what other money we can ever get, if we can ever get the money we need for the elevator, then we'll get it, and we'll put that in, and we'll do whatever we have to do, but this has to be done.
I mean, off the record, I will say that the state seems to be becoming more and more pliable with the budget stuff. You know, as we talked about before, can't do this, can't do this, can't do this, and now here we are. I mean, I don't want to say doing whatever we want, but doing what needs to be done.
Gotta do this.
To try to make the most of this money.
I mean,
Yeah.
your town, you see the fire station.
Yeah, no, that's it.
I think anybody who looks at this would have a hard time looking back at you guys and saying, well, why did we have to spend that? Well, it's pretty obvious.
I hope if we start construction on this building, that we don't have to raise the entire fire station or flood zone now, like everything else.
We don't have to have a floodplain permit for the roof. Hopefully that's above BFE.
And the roof is way.
We all feel the same, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, there's no modifications, I think, that trigger anything like that, but we should be well above floodplain elevation. We're doing.
So.
You guys see the budget?
dear.
So, whatever monies we had for the trail project, and that was part of more than just didn't that include the stuff at the mouth of the creek and other stuff too? I mean, we had a whole trail budget. It was 600 grand.
Well, so the waterfront budget.
Yeah.
Is comprised of the RPZ additions and the plantings down by the Riverwalk.
Right.
The boat launch and the trail. So essentially what you're doing is you're reducing that whole budget by the amount you would need for the fire station. If you guys still wanted to bid the trail as part of that to see what you got for numbers.
So we want to take the piece of that budget, the waterfront and the trail is all one section of DRI.
Yeah, that's all
one chunk of DRI. We want to take the trail piece from West Main up the creek off. That's the piece we want. And you said that's around 300.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. That's how do we do that? We make a motion to ask the state.
Make a motion.
Oh, don't shoot.
To move that money from the trail to the firehouse.
Ask the state to move that money from DR money, from the DRI money, and the number is whatever the number is, in tune of 300-ish from the trail to the
As per
firehouse.
James. Thank
You made that motion just now?
you. I just did.
A second. And we need to,
Okay, let me
we're talking
just
about it,
ask-
we need to do it.
We need to, James, so the waterfront is separate. That's not part of the trail?
That is all one contract. So the waterfront, what we're calling the waterfront is 3 smaller projects. It's the boat launch EMS area, it's the trail, and it's the walking area down by the river.
So we're
now-
getting rid of all that.
So essentially what we're gonna do.
No.
We're getting rid of the piece from West Main Street up the
That's
creek.
what I'm asking.
Of that project, we're getting
So
rid of
that-
that one piece.
That project so all 3 of those, think of that as one project. Essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna reduce that budget for all of those projects and take that chunk of money that you need and put it on the firehouse.
But we'll still be doing the waterfront part.
Yes, so for
Okay,
the
that's what I was
waterfront,
asking.
so I wanna, just so that you guys, technically, you can still bid that project as it is with a significantly lower budget. I think your best bet would be to just scrap that whole part of it, save yourself the money from the permitting and all of that nightmare. I mean, if you did that, arguably, we could bid that, right away. There's no other, well, I have to do the RPZ permit for the new RPZ to add an alternate. But that was the big holdup on the water side. I mean,
The trail.
was a couple notes, that we had down by the
because the boat launch and the Riverwalk part is set pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So that could go to bid tomorrow
Excellent.
or this week or
Gotcha,
whatever.
good.
So let me get this straight. This move of money is gonna make it possible to fix this roof in a way that is gonna be, render the building usable, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I wanna get this straight when I present it to fire board,
Yes.
because Easter is over and I'm not trying to get crucified.
Yes, no, this is the right way to fix it.
Okay.
So we're gonna go from that $197,000 budget we have for the roof, which isn't gonna do it, up to the 473 that we have from Hale. So it's another, close to another 300,000, and we're gonna take it out of that creek trail budget. That's what we're gonna ask the state to do, and that's what we're gonna attempt to do.
Yep.
You got all that?
Got it.
Yep. All right, so let's vote on that. Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave, Fran,
Yes.
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 and yes.
Excellent. I think
That's
the
only
last,
just the beginning. What else you got?
no, I think you guys have made excellent progress here. We've made a lot of decisions tonight. I think the only thing we really have left is the ARC commission.
Oh, yeah.
We still need to form that actual thing. If you guys would like me to take the lead on that, I just need the contact information of who. And I can resend you guys the list. I don't have it right on me now, but it's on the meeting minutes of the list of recommendations that you had. We just need to formally reach out to them and ask them if they're willing to join this board.
Has anybody asked Chris or who's in charge of the art?
Carol.
Christine from the art. Christine from the art, Carol from Carol's, Chris, maybe Jim Mead, but nobody's talked to any of them. Well, let's have somebody talk to them from us. Let's have one of us do it.
Are you
Instead of
volunteering?
Jake. What?
Are you volunteering?
Well, I do it. I don't have very good technology, but I'd be more than happy to do it. But somebody
Yeah,
needs to
it's
talk to them and ask them. Somebody else wants to do it?
I could do Christine Knickerbocker
Okay.
Chris-
Christine DeStefano and Carol from the coffee bar.
Okay.
I have all of their contact information if you'd like.
Wasn't Jimmy Mead one we were gonna talk to?
Jimmy.
I'll talk to Jim.
Jimmy also.
Let's say, I can give you the list
Actually,
here.
I have this too.
Is we had Laura, Rusty, Christine DeStefano,
Yep.
Chris Knickerbocker, Carol Livermore, James Mead, and Keith Nichols.
Okay.
And there were two other names beyond that that were like optional,
Right.
but those were the names that we had previously.
Okay, you said,
Let's
so
us
we
do it.
should have 4 members?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 members.
Someplace between
Two of
5 and
which are-
7.
Okay, between 5 and 7.
Yeah, so arguably if two of these guys said, no, we don't want any interest in this, you guys could still move ahead with 2 board members and 3 alternate. And then, I mean, once we have that locked in, I'm happy to kind of push this group together, try to get meetings and say, let's attack this
Terry?
project.
Terry? Let's see when we do this sooner than later. We'll get after these people. Okay.
Okay, so we'll get on that, James.
I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, James.
Does James have anything to do with the seeker and/or the other thing?
No.
Okay.
If you guys would like, some minor updates, the south side lighting, the power is being turned on any day now. So I mean, that work has been completed by NICEAG from my understanding. Once the power is actually plugged in, Dyco can tell us exactly what the, budget is for that. Fingers crossed, I don't wanna get your guys' hopes up, but if they came back and said, oh, hey, it's not a big deal, some of that money could be switched in the same time that we do this, and you guys will have a little bit more.
Oh, you're optimistic. We're thinking it'll take more money.
Are we
Yeah,
gonna- Are we gonna set up
I'm-
a ceremonial flip switch for the mayor to?
Yeah.
Once they get it working. Once they get it working. All right.
The signage, so there just need some input on the Ryan Rufner Memorial Skate Park signage, if that's what it's gonna be, or if you guys wanna be presented a decal of some sort for that. You haven't done it yet.
No, we haven't done that.
So there's a sign at the skate park, there's a question of what's gonna go on it. So,
I
if
like
you
my
got-
name being on it.
so if you want, we'll, I'm happy to present something to you guys to vote on or to give some input. I just need some general direction. Previously, what I had recommended is, I had asked whether or not Ryan Rufner Memorial Park was an official thing or kind of like just a local namesake. If there's something else at the skate park we wanted to explore, if we wanted it to be very generic and it just says Owego Skate Park with some cool, art on it. Let's be honest, I'd like to think that with the skate park there, they'll keep the graffiti on the skate park, but it'll probably end up on the sign as well. With something like a memorial to somebody, it's probably less likely to get vandalized, especially if it's to a skate park person. I'm ashamed to say that I know absolutely nothing about Ryan Rufner or the memorial portion of this.
Pardon our ignorance, but who was Ryan Rufner?
I just asked the same thing.
He was a skateboard guy that used the park all the time.
It is named after him. So there's something over there that says his name, he died in the park.
This happened. We can look up the old minutes.
Didn't die skateboarding, he's just a young guy that passed.
So either way, you got used the car.
He got hit by a car or something. I don't know if he was skateboarding.
Not skateboard.
Well, we're gonna have to think about that.
Yeah, so it's really a minor issue because the decal can be changed at any time. Like it's not gonna hold up the project with that being signed.
Park's being renewed, so probably should have a new name. Good.
Trump.
Yeah, so, and then along that same note is just the final Marvin Park sign, needs to be approved. So if you guys could just look at that. I remember last time there was some, like one of the arrows wasn't pointed the right direction. People didn't like that. We just need to, and maybe for your benefit, I'll put together a sketch of where the sign is officially, with a picture or something.
Oh, that would help.
Yeah, and then say, okay, here's the graphic that goes with it, and then you guys can just address that as one item.
That would help.
Again, it's not a major anything, it's just another loose end to get going with that.
We could always get Tony Hawk to come down.
All right.
Have you ever seen all the Tony Hawk memes and tweets from that? Like the amount of people that don't actually recognize him.
Okay. Anything else?
That is everything.
All right. Thank you for spending the night with us.
Yeah. Well, once it gets past like 8:40,
Your kids are in bed anyway.
yeah, my kids are in bed, so I'm like, there's no difference between me getting home at 9 and 12:30 really.
Right? Yeah. We go to Rainbow after
Got
this.
some food on the way home.
Except open.
They'll be closed though.
Thank you guys. I'll send some notes for
Thanks for
email and
patience.
we'll talk to you guys again.
All right. So next item is department head reports. So we'll go to Fred since he's been spending the night with us.
Ready.
I'll be short and sweet with the punch. Since that also happened to rain last week, we cleaned out the trees.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. One second. Make sure that's there. Thank you.
That's been overflowing. We installed the new speed limit signs on Erie Street with the OPD.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, they got a grant of some sort for that. We helped them redo that. We removed some trees that we could do on our own in the cemetery. And this ongoing potholes that we sent out crew today, other than mulching and chipping, we finally, crossed my fingers, put the plows away for the winter. And I'm going to repair on the Court Street Bridge. And we got the street sweeper out now, so we, a couple days, 2 or 3 days a week, we'll be sweeping the streets.
All right. We'll wait for those complaints to come in.
Excuse me?
Wait for the people complaining about that to come in.
I kind of let that happen.
I know. Let's see, on the agenda, we got a couple of motions for Freddie.
Yeah, I can take care of that.
Got it, Freddie? Merit raises.
Yeah. Is this Sean Beaver?
Excuse me? No, that's for the Hyde Park.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of DPW-ish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Charles is asking.
Yeah, I know the other. There's actually one that was actually added to the agenda, but it's not on here. So,
Where are you, Charles?
I'm, Brett Morris and Justin Kackmeiser. Go down the list on the second page.
3/4 of the way down.
I have to make the motion to take Brett Morris from, excuse me, part-time at $15 per hour to full-time at $16.50 per hour.
I'll second.
And I assume that's within the union rules.
Yes, it is.
Any other questions? Rusty?
Wait a second. Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
Next, I would like to make a motion to take Justin Hackmeister from $20.60 per hour to $21.60 per hour.
I lead mechanic.
Okay. Any questions, discussion?
I'll second that.
Laura, just a minute.
Oh, okay, sorry, didn't hear.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
And third, like I mentioned, it's not on here, but this person is a very valued worker for DPW. His name is Mark Stone. And I'd like to motion that he be taken from $16 an hour up to $18 an hour.
Is he full-time or part-time?
He's full-time.
What's his class or status or whatever?
One of my do-it-all guys. I mean, we don't have a classification in the
Don't have, okay,
contract.
just a. Okay. Mark Stone from 16 to 18.
Yes.
I'll second that.
We have discussion on that. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes. And let's do the Hyde Park thing.
Okay, make the motion to hire Sean Weaver to maintain lawns and grounds at Hyde Park as a contractor.
And that's with the,
Where's the, is there
the
a number?
contract.
Yeah, so let's, I'll second this and then let's talk about it.
Okay.
So Fred, you want to explain it a little bit?
So, Andrea and we, Dave Horton retired from the Hyde Park. And we had to find someone. And the last time we did it, the verbiage wasn't right, so we were hiring him as a contractor.
This means he has his own liability insurance.
Correct.
He uses the Little League's equipment to do it, so we are out of it besides we pay his contractor fee.
Correct.
So.
And
So
it's for the same amount of money.
All right.
I didn't hear you. It's what?
6,500 for, from April to, October, I believe it is. But they're done in July.
It never stops growing over there.
Yeah, well, October-ish, but Little League is done in July.
Right.
So who maintains the mowing equipment, et cetera?
The Little League. That's all their tractors and mowers.
Just says April through October, no dates.
Yeah. But their dates of Little League is done in the end of July.
Right, when they stop all their tournaments and stuff.
And while we're on that discussion, that's another part of that Sam's grant. So after July of their last game is when we can get in there and start helping Little League with their grant. Because of the price of the blacktop for the town and the village is going to restore the parking lots, and we're having Room by Tumnus pave it. But we can't do anything until after the end of July.
So we're voting to hire Sean as a contractor to mow and maintain the lawns and grounds of Hyde Park.
Mr. Mayor, so we had talked about how we messed up by doing certain hourly things, and so this is what Nate has recommended, and we're all set with this.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that's with this agreement that
Right.
we didn't mention it in the motion, but we do have an agreement.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree
Yes,
with
we
that.
do.
Sean.
The village and Sean regarding Hyde Park. What days he would have to mow, he would have to mow the playing fields once a week on Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, and mow all the other grass at least once a week on any day.
Is that part of his contract?
It
Yeah.
is.
Do you want that in the motion? Because we're approving his contract.
It's to Andrea and him, however they decide that.
Because they, what days they have games. and
As long as
practices and
he
all
is a contractor, he is with Little League.
It's on the village paper, not, the contract says it's with the agreements with the village and not with
Right.
the,
Because our
not
part.
with Little League.
Because it's our property.
Yeah.
Should we vote on that? We had a motion to accept the contract.
Yes?
Christie? Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
Play ball.
So I can sign that contract. Good deal.
Done deal.
What else do we got?
Is that all the DPW?
That's all I got.
Houselander.
Sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's do the hose team thing.
This is for the sidewalk?
Sidewalk, that Pat was here
Yeah,
4
so,
hours ago about.
the motion is, to approve low quote for sidewalk in front of the Steam House, 103 North Avenue, of $16,980 from Justin Huslander, Custom Concrete. Other quotes were $17,500 from Charles Monroe and $20,388.82 from John Chandler, JOC Construction.
You made that motion?
Yes.
Somebody can second it?
I'll second.
That's
Yes.
Terry.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Did we make a deal or a promise with the host team that we would do such a thing?
Nope, Jeff did, a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what he was explaining when he was here. Pat Gavin.
So Jeff made a, whatever, out of school,
Right.
out of school promise that he didn't have the authority to make.
Yep.
Okay, so
So.
where does this $17,000 come from, or whatever it is?
My recommendation would be our friendly ARPA money, because we don't have it anywhere else.
So down here later, when we're gonna reassess some ARPA money to the tune of 117 or so, how much, do you know how much we have right now? I was thinking 135, I don't know why.
At least 135, honestly.
Think more?
150,
150 maybe?
somewhere in the over 100 grand range.
Because if if it's 135, with those things and this, that's all of it.
Oh, no, this is already out of that.
Oh, that's already come out, so we might still have another 100 more, okay.
We definitely have 100 more. Yeah, no, that is just transferring.
You want to put on the
Money we've
motion?
already done.
Put on the motion.
I mean, if that's what they want to do. That's just my idea. We don't have
Yeah.
anywhere else in the budget. Because we didn't know this was coming. And we didn't know it was gonna be $17,000 for sure.
So is it something that we need to do? Is it something we need to do?
Yeah.
Isn't there a fence right there along that,
Yes.
connected to the concrete?
Say it
There's a
again?
fence right
So
there,
what?
A fence?
but not right where they're wanting the curb cut and
Right
access to it is taken out.
The fences. Yes.
So where the sidewalk goes from the end of the fire station property, starts up the property we own up there, and you said 104 feet, and there's a telephone pole up there, which is the 104 feet thing. We don't have necessarily a plan for a fence between the sidewalk and the steamer house.
Yeah, I was just asking. There was a fence there.
Is there one
There's a fence there, so it'll go down in the pit.
in the concrete?
No, it's in
I think it's in the, I don't think it's in the sidewalk, I think it's in the
No,
grass.
It says it's in the grass behind the sidewalk.
Yeah, it's not in the concrete, it's in the grass. But still, you have that. we haven't even talked about whether there's gonna be a fence there,
Right.
some sort.
Maybe there needs to be. Eventually, there's gonna be a park there.
Yeah, there's gonna be a park.
So, what do we wanna do? Do we have any more discussion about this? We got a motion and a second.
What was the quote again that we took, that we were looking at? The house line was 16,980?
980. The lowest one. Yeah.
And who made the motion?
Charles.
So Charles, you wanna put a cap on it?
Not to exceed 20,000, or,
That's a lot.
what do you suggest?
I don't know, just,
maybe?
Yeah.
Just leave it where it is.
Yeah.
Right.
we always
No, I
put
mean,
a
that's-
cap.
But you put a bid on it.
It's a bid, so it
Oh,
should
okay.
be that.
All right.
And it's a competitive bid. We got 3 bids, so it should-
Okay.
Okay, give them a
that should be the
That's what,
price.
then that's it.
Let's vote on that. Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Mm, Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry? Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
And it was ARPA money.
It's ARPA money, yeah. We'll add the other list next time. Okay. So we can do that. We can let Justin know because he happens to be over there. He was over there today. So maybe we can get it done.
Let's sell a junk car. Police department.
Yeah, we'll go to the police department. Chief Kennedy's got a bunch of stuff on there. Or at least one thing.
Mr. Mayor, move to surplus, police car to police, Department 007 Hyundai Sonata, VIN number in the motion, to be disposed of, as, what do we call it? As
It's junk.
junk.
It is. It's not a police car. It's just
It's not a police car. Well, it's owned by the police, it's owned by the, it's part of the police department.
We have a second to that, maybe?
I'll second it.
So this is, and I'm just saying, this is, the chief is going to dispose of it at his discretion.
Right.
As junk. So he'll sell it to somebody or sell it to Weitzman or whatever, he'll dispose of
They
it.
gone out to bid,
Nope.
you're just giving it away?
Won't be disposed of as junk, whatever that.
Yeah, well, can you tell me what the definition of the price of junk?
We're gonna use it in the next.
That will be at the police's chief's discretion.
You have to contact the police department. If we like.
How's it, I mean, you put that on, public offering or no?
If you'd like it.
You just give it to the chief?
Mr.
Like the
Mayor,
pickup truck or the dump truck?
Paul, we can't talk in the middle of the meeting.
Well, I think I have a few questions.
Well, you can save them for public comment. Let's vote on this. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We have anything else from the police department while we're on that subject?
You good with us, Mayor?
I am.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thanks for staying, guys.
Yep.
I don't know why.
Oh, I can't even walk.
You wanna do the two fire department members?
Excuse me, is it Tuesday?
We're gonna do them. Did you have interest there?
I have an interest in them, and then all that's the stage left, and you won't hear from me again tonight.
Do we have anything else from the police? Talk to Joe yesterday.
Other than what I informed you of about the police chiefs not signing off on these,
Right.
festivals, but that's whatever that is.
Yeah, I talked to him yesterday.
Okay.
All right, let's go to fire department.
Okay, I'll start with the easy one first. I'd like to make a motion to approve Rebecca Rodden, 275 Red Bush Road, Owego, New York, as a new Owego Fire Department member with company number 2.
I'll write this down. I'll be right with you.
We have a second to that? I'll second that. Okay. Any discussion about Rebecca? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave?
She's got experience in candor.
Right. The EMS. Yes. Yes. Fran?
Yes.
She did, she was a firefighter, Cameron.
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
All right, next, I'd like to make the motion to approve Steve Solomon, resides at 776 Allen Road, Owego, New York, as a new Owego Fire Department member with company number 4.
Second for that one?
They're raised 84.
I'll second that. So then we can talk about it. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is a tricky situation that the board needs to have an executive session on before we vote on.
I agree with that.
And since we have a long meeting tonight, I think we should put it off till our next meeting.
We could do that. Schedule an executive session for the next meeting.
A second. So I don't think we can schedule an executive session now. I think we have to, I don't think we can, but, so are you asking to table this motion?
Yes.
Second to table.
So we'll table that and bring it up next meeting with the executive session.
Vote on the table?
Sure. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Fran?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes. All right. Anything else from fire department?
Nope. Maybe after the next meeting.
There's gonna be a story tonight, yesterday by the time we get there,
Yeah.
about the clock tower on the news. Hung out with WBNG half the day.
Great.
Good time. She even went on the roof.
Somebody went up on the roof?
The reporter did, yeah.
Jesus Christmas, who decided that? That's not a good
Yeah,
idea.
Nobody dropped any cameras or anything.
Can we do this motion about, we're correcting this ARPA, what it was, the things were right, but the total we totaled up was wrong.
All the things are the same if the total wasn't the 117.
Correct. We did our math wrong.
Move to correct the motion made at February 5, 2024 board meeting, transferring 117,34675 from ARPA to the following general fund accounts as listed.
My second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Nothing new, just correcting. Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
We might as well do the next
And then we got
one.
next one too for pool repairs.
$332.79.
Oh, that wasn't in the other list.
Move the transfer.
My second.
Okay, any questions, discussion? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
And yes.
Can't write this stuff down fast enough.
You know, right? Turn it up.
Want to go to this annual review of the procurement?
Sure. Oh, yeah, we forgot it back on the first page. Annual review of procurement policy.
So all that was the annual review of the procurement policy. Everybody got a copy.
Where's that one?
For the first page, bottom.
Trustees and the department heads all got a copy. It's a standard form, basically says anything over 20,000, you gotta have a.
Yeah, right.
So, if you wanna change anything, or look at something different, it's.
Have you changed anything on the policy?
No.
It's the same policy.
We looked at it last year.
Yes.
I think like 3 or 4 years ago, we bumped it up, it used to be like lower than that.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Is it from 15 to
Yeah,
20?
I think, yeah, for a couple, 3, 4 lectures. That's all we've done.
I would be under the impression that it's an annual review, and there is a review, and since that's a policy and we've not changed it, that there's no action
Yeah,
needed.
there's no action.
Because we've
If
done,
somebody
it's been presented, it's the review,
If somebody wants to change something, then we
then it would be.
That's what Terry and I worked out.
That is correct. We did on Friday.
perfect. All right, let's do discussion on 2% tax cap override. So that's our next large thing coming at the budget.
And
So good governance.
the reason somebody would have a 2% tax cap override is that if you happen to do a budget and you accidentally go with 2% tax cap, then there's a penalty. If you pass a resolution saying that you can go with 2%, but you don't, there's nothing to it. But it's just a safeguard method, so you don't go with 2%.
We have done this for years.
Yeah.
It is good governance. One doesn't intend to go over that. There's a lot of negativity that happens if you go over the tax cap budget, but you may have to for some reason. And if you do have to, you have to have already told the government that you were,
Maybe gonna do it.
that you had voted that you can do it. So that's what we do as good governance.
And I think we need a public hearing.
Right, I think this will be a little bit lower.
So are we
should
busy next?
Schedule the
Yeah.
public hearing.
Move to have a public hearing on May 6th, 7 o'clock for the purpose of overriding the 2% tax cap.
I'll second that.
Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Terry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Yes. Moving right along. Let's do
So we go
treasurer's report. Get that out of the way. Everybody get it? Anybody have any questions? So we just need a motion to accept that we got it. Not necessarily we like the numbers, but we got it, and it's here.
You're not gonna like the
I motion
budget.
to approve the treasurer's report for March.
Second. Any discussion, questions? Rusty?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Dave? Yes. Fran?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Charles?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, the only good part is that back in the general fund, like a month or so ago, we were really low. Now we're at $4.1 million. We got the $3.2 million loan, and the state gave us reimbursement to $1.7 million.
Yeah.
So now we're collecting interest on it that we have to pay back. So we can't pay it back till August 20th.
Oh, the loan for the DRA.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
That was a loan for the DRA.
Yeah. So now we got half the money we needed. So by August, I hope we'll have the rest, and we can just pay it off. Well, a little bit of interest and a little bit of fees for whatever, but it won't be as bad as we thought, because we're gonna pay it off like 6 months. And we're also using their interest to make interest.
Right.
So we should be all right.
Using their money to make our money.
If they would give us their money, we would be bigger.
That's true. They just pay the bills quicker. All right, so the next, well, no, the next section,
Going back up.
and we're going back up, is about wastewater treatment.
Where are we?
It's up top of the second page.
Thank you.
Generator.
Yeah, so there is a motion there to accept Plant Engineering's proposal for emergency generator project.
Is that the one we got the grant for 2 of them?
Yes. So that's an easy one. Do we want to do that one?
I'll propose that we do accept that motion for accept the grant. Accept Hunt's engineering proposal for the emergency generator project.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that?
So I haven't paid good attention to it. It's in our paperwork here, and
We have the money.
it's the amount, whatever that we,
Yeah, it's a 90, I think.
Sorry, say again?
It's a 90% funded, 10% match.
For us, for the, right, and we asked for more, but we got two.
Right. We asked for like six.
6 or 7.
And, yeah, two.
This is the Department of Homeland Security grant, and we were awarded the 2 generators. Front Street.
Oh, it's part of all that. Same
It's
thing.
all part of that project. But this is just for of that.
And so do we have is there a number? I just didn't have the paperwork. Is there a price number that, or is it something that?
Sift through the papers. We got it. It's not this one. This is at DRI. So that also.
Yeah, and any matching would come from the funds taken in by the sewer department, right?
Right.
It was 21,000 for design and inspection and 9,000 for the project.
I can't hear you, dear.
21,500 for design and inspection and $9,000 for project management.
Yep.
Okay.
Of which is that?
I can't see that. Are you kidding me? Oh my gracious. I can't even see your phone, much like that.
Of which is that we only are on the hook for 10%.
That 30-ish.
Cost,
Yeah, it would just be over.
So now that James not here, how happy are we with Hunt? Because we're doing an awful lot of things with Hunt. I forgot to tell him how happy we are with the parking lot, the Hyde parking lot, and how much we asked him and how much we were promised that they were going to put in a new new dry well under that, and how the last rain, the lake there was bigger than it's ever been. But so be it. Just asking how happy we're with our engineers.
You got a motion? You got a motion.
Well, then, good, then we're discussing that motion. What's that, right? You want to go home?
I want to make sure you discuss.
Yeah, right, we might go.
So here's the team up in here. They label out who's actually going to be working on this project in particular.
Right.
So Greg Barr,
Yeah, it's
Make
not
it funny.
James. It's
Taylor
other people.
Preston, Ted Kelchner, and Tammy Kunzman. Are the people who will be directly working, their team working with our team.
Well, I wasn't meaning that this to mean something about James. I meant this to be our general happiness with Hunt.
Right, so they got us these grants.
Yep.
So obviously, we're not tied to
We're gonna,
doing it with them, but.
But we sent an RFP and they're the right ones.
Right. Yeah, so we did RFP it.
Yep.
This is the.
We did
what we got
request
back.
for proposals and they're the ones that sent it.
Yep.
So if we'd like to move forward with this, then we have the motion and the second. So should we vote on moving forward with this? So the total cost is that, about 30,000, 21,500 and 9,000. Of which we have a grant to cover most of it.
we said we have a grant for 90%. We're gonna be on the hook for 3. And where did we say it was coming out of?
It'll come out of the sewer department.
Okay. Thank you.
Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
Terry,
Yes.
Charles? Yes. And yes. Okay. So that was the easy one. Now the next one is the harder one. Oh boy. So there's another grant for infiltration study. They want us to do a seeker. I'm not quite sure how it got to this point. But this is a big project. Maybe Nate can chime in on this one, because I don't, he's talked to them more than.
So this is the long form seeker.
It is, yeah. Nate, can you fill us in on what's up with this one here, or what you know?
Mayor, actually, I'm not really sure exactly what the project is. I just became aware of it maybe a week or two ago when the clerk's office copied me on some emails about resolutions that Hunt was requesting for the meeting tonight. So it apparently has to do with the wastewater treatment plant, about I&I infiltration, which would reduce the amount of storm water going into the sewer system, which would reduce the expense of running the system. But I did express some surprise when I saw that because I hadn't seen anything about this before. And so I did email them earlier today requesting someone from Hunt attend a meeting coming up to just explain exactly what the project is. And the grant administrator at Hunt indicated that they would be more than willing to have somebody attend one of the meetings coming up.
Can you start over? We've lost you.
Yeah, it was, internet was going out.
He's not familiar with this.
Basically, Nate doesn't know.
Is it this other piece that we have, the potential Church Street, et cetera, which is that $1.4 million storm system stuff? And is this a secret? When you do a secret, it doesn't obligate you to anything, but it's something that you do as you're moving along on stuff. Do you think it's that connected to that?
Oh, it's definitely connected.
And Rusty, what they're asking ultimately is that the village board approve up to like a $5 million bonding.
Same old thing. Yeah, exactly. Same old thing. Don't move along on stuff unless you know what you're doing. Don't move along until you're sure. Oh yeah, we'll just move along because we can always not. No, do it because it's a positive and you want to do it. So we got a lot of talking to do about the storm system and that Army Corps of Engineers study and the potential of millions of dollars that we can't possibly afford, but the 25% match of millions of dollars, which we can't possibly afford. So this is, you know what, it's late and it's the time.
So do we want to table this and have Hunt come next meeting? And
I would say.
They in their message want us to pass the board resolution at our next meeting. They like put out this ambitious schedule of what we're gonna do when.
So we get them to try and come explain all this next meeting.
Okay. Is next Monday available to do this? Because is it gonna be like a whole big drawn out thing?
I'm in Florida next.
I'm not coming next Monday. My wife's mad.
Too many Mondays?
We'll just have another 4-hour meeting next.
Right. Well, and maybe I can only come to second meeting.
Or they can explain it to you or somebody over the cloud.
Yeah, because this is not 100% grant funded. They're talking about big loans, so it scares me.
I think it starts with
Public hearing, that's right. I looked at that.
The loan starts at $1 million, goes to $4 million.
They want us to.
This is a big project, so it needs a lot more investigation.
So without spending another half minute on this, if we're gonna ever fix our storm drain, which is a nightmare, it's every single inch under the village of Owego, and it's millions and millions and millions of dollars that we could never afford. And isn't it wonderful if we could get a grant for 75% of that, except it's still millions of dollars. If we got a $18 million grant, it's $6 million of our own. So that's another day.
It's a lot of money no matter how you cut it. Okay, so we'll put that, so that's all the new business. So communications, we got a nice letter from Catholic Charities about the prom 5K they had in the flats this last weekend. Thanking DPW and Fred. They let them use the gator for the 5K. John Hitchings from Fire Police, probably Rusty was over there. And then Rudy from the police department, traffic control. So anyway, we got a nice letter from Catholic Charities thanking us for the help on the 5K. And it went well. I saw a lot of people got donuts. Eat the police officers are nice. I did not run or walk or anything. I would die. All right, let's go to the minutes. We got annual meeting and regular.
I motion to approve the annual board minutes of April 1st, 2024 as presented.
I'll second.
There was one.
We need to modify that.
There was one spot.
On the last page, page 5, as far as using the NICOM meeting procedure, we did agree with that, with a few exceptions.
Yeah, there's a lot of tweaks.
Yep.
I forget what those were.
Well, we had so many that we put down that it would be the general thing of them with our own personal modifications. So that will be whatever we say as we go along, or that's not set in stone, because we had a bunch and there'll probably be more.
Well, we moved one thing. I'm sorry. No, you go ahead.
We moved public comments to the beginning because they had it kind of in the middle, which was awkward.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of-
Okay.
There was a lot of things. We
Yeah.
eventually got to a lot of little details.
So,
So what we did
we
was
did-
we added with modifications into the motion.
No, it does say with modifications.
Yes, with
Yeah.
modifications.
So that's where we made that little change.
Okay,
Just
but we
with
did-
that verbiage.
But we didn't put
we
everything.
did go along with the order of the meeting, which is not.
We mostly changed all of their order back to our
Back to
kind of
what we
order.
had, kinda.
Well, I
Overall.
thought we stuck with the would come after the department head reports instead of at the end, and we also, it said that the review of minutes would also come after the trustee reports,
We can
before
move
we
them-
got into the actual business of the meeting,
We can move them. wherever
instead
you
of
want.
at the end.
If that's what you guys want, it doesn't matter.
I think we were moving treasurers and minutes back to where we put them, and then at the end would be the trustees, which is what we used to do. Didn't we kind of do that?
We decided to go back to how we used to do it.
Pretty much how we used to do it, which meant minutes and treasurers were together towards the end, trustees and mayor were the last. So kind
Okay,
of like,
well, I thought we stuck with what they recommended.
no, we tried
No,
to
they
change
were
a whole
always
bunch of
kinda
that. We did not. do
That was
most of
with
it.
modifications, but we should. type
With
up what the-
modification, you should say what the modifications are.
Because you had too many that could.
There were 28.
We should type up that.
28.
We should type up that document with what the modifications are.
Yes, please. So I think we should wait till the next meeting before we vote on this, on the annual meeting minutes.
So we're just approving the minutes, and the minutes just say with modifications.
So we can approve, we cannot approve them, but we can approve them and then put our modifications in another,
Add the modifications.
when we have them exactly, not tonight.
Okay,
Yeah, let's do
I'll hold you to it.
But, so we're gonna approve them as read, and then we'll add whatever modifications. You want to do that?
When you say modification, you're saying the order that you want to approve.
Right, in the
Well,
order of
there's a lot
the,
And there were other tunes too.
of the NICOM meeting.
Theirs is just a sample.
Right.
Yeah, it was just a guideline. We said we're
Right, we're gonna
gonna do
do it.
it our way.
But that was hard to write down.
Yes.
Right.
I thought it said modification. But
But there's a lot of other little tweaks we made too, not just the order of the meeting.
Yeah, we had other things for it.
Maybe at the bottom, put,
We'll find a place where we write it.
improvisation may be necessary due to certain circumstances.
Well,
We can
I-
do that
I'll tell you,
anyways.
One reason why I really feel that the trustees should have their reports after the department heads is because if, with these long meetings, we're at the, trustees are at the end, we say, we don't have time for it, forget about it.
I think it's closer to the, department heads reports, because sometimes what we have to say coincides with what they have to say. It's more connected. That's what happens anyway.
But we do that, yeah, we do
Then I wind
that.
up with no report at the end, with trustee report, because I already
By the time trustee reports comes up, we've mostly
Pretty much done it.
covered.
chimed in on the other things
You got a motion and a second.
to approve the minutes.
To approve the minutes. Rusty,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Dave, yes, Brian,
I'm gonna abstain.
Terry,
Yes.
Charles, yes, and yeah.
Before you do the next one. You're gonna do the next one, I assume. Before she does the next one, I have a small thing for Rodney for the minutes of the regular meeting, which is just the quick general wrap up of what I said as, at the end as a trustee report. So that, I want that to be added into those minutes. I want that change. I don't have it,
You'll give it.
Just give it
but
to us.
I'll give it to Rodney. It was just my little speech when I said I wanted it to be in the record.
Instead of looking into exotic animal, chicken.
Yeah, that wasn't it.
We could also have trustees report, then we have Laura's.
I typed mine up and I sent it in.
Excellent, well done.
She did.
So I'm ready to,
Oh,
to approve those minutes.
Well, I think
Right.
Thumbs up there.
there was another section in them where there was something that needed to be inserted.
Something else you weren't
So we could,
happy with.
right?
That's fine. You want to hold off?
Yeah, so we can hold off on that if you want.
Okay. Laura has something else that.
Okay, well, you guys get them fixed up,
Okay.
we'll do it next week.
Okay.
All right, now on to the ever elusive trustee report.
Trustees.
Dave is listed first, because of the
Excellent.
Doing my first name or last?
otherwise you'd be first. Got anything, Dave?
Yeah, reached out to a couple of pertaining to the portable toilets for the circle. 6 parks in the area.
Oh, yeah.
I said I'd explore. Reached out to a couple, actually 3 in Bishops. The guy was on vacation for some reason out of Ulster, Pennsylvania. They come up to Iowa County and service up here. He's supposed to get back to me tomorrow. 2, I am still waiting to hear on that. So hopefully by next time we meet, I'll have some figures for everybody.
Okay.
Monthly charges.
Okay.
Hopefully we can get a package deal.
Be nice.
For 6.
Yep.
We get it. Okay. And that was it.
Dave, I have a question. Yeah, I don't know if you know, does Dan have a new porta johns?
I don't know.
You know Dan, our ex-fire chief?
I know they do tents and stuff like that.
Let's ask him if he does porta johns. I think he might.
They do party tents and stuff, so they might.
Let's just ask him. Dan Gavin.
Dan Gavin. Who's that? I remember.
Let's see if he does it. Let's just see if he does it.
He lives on West Main Street.
Not far from East Main.
Right, he's
All right.
Right here in town.
Yeah. All right, Rusty, you're next.
Okay, I'll go next. As usual, I'm not happy. I'm never happy. I think I should just be put in the ground.
Cranky old.
Cranky old man. So, it feels to me like what we voted on tonight was that we like the idea of the truck fest, and therefore, since we like it, we have to vote to do it because we like it. The young lady told us that she doesn't know who the guy is that owns the Rainbow. She's never talked to the guy that owned the Rainbow. She doesn't know anything about him. How in the world are we, obligating to do this when she needs to go, and we said this here, she should go and check those two things. She should go talk to the Rainbow, she should do that. There were a whole bunch of other things. She was not prepared. And we didn't have to do it, and we didn't have to say we don't want to do it. We just had to say, you're not prepared, do these other things, which we started to do, and then we just said, nope, just go ahead and do it. The heck with the parking, we know it don't matter. And the heck with the police, the chief said that he didn't like that idea of that, nope, doesn't matter, just do it. I don't understand why we do some of the things we do. And I don't understand why we did that. But that's what we did do, and so that's what it's gonna be. And I also didn't particularly love the fact that the day after I went over and talked to those two owners, and she never talked to anybody. She hasn't talked to Nick since then. She hasn't talked to Nick in 3 months.
Like I mentioned, everything that I needed to discuss has been covered.
Good deal. Well, you're up.
Okay. Okay, I did send this over so it could be included in.
Much easier.
Thursday, April 4th, we had our meeting. That was a follow-up meeting for the BRIC DTA application. So that was a building resilient infrastructure and communities, non-financial direct technical assistance application. The meeting included the mayor, Julie Nucci, Fred Ulrich, Meg Gilbert, Terry Coleman, and Wendy Walsh. She's from Tioga County Soil and Water. And there were 6 members from Region 2 FEMA. And we asked for technical assistance to get assessments completed, planning studies completed, and to do the benefit cost analyses to prioritize actions that reduce the risk to people and infrastructure. Asking for help to ready our projects to the stage that we would be ready to implement them when funding was identified. And that's for vulnerability assessments of our 32 critical facilities identified in the hazard mitigation plan, the 2024 update. And that's to bring those buildings and infrastructure up to the 500-year flood level. And this includes coordination of an emergency access entrance off of 17 and future Interstate 86 into the wastewater treatment plant, and for the culvert tunnel replacement. So we would be asking them to coordinate and do all the things we would need for that kind of work in the building assessments. And then also expansion of the Army Corps study to include natural and beneficial mitigation for the upstream watersheds that impact the village flooding. And the third thing was for education services for municipal officials and the general public regarding flood risk, resilience, and the benefits of CRS precipitation. And the meeting went really well. They asked us questions about like how much collective involvement, precipitation.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah. And we have demonstrated a lot over the past year with the Climate Smart Communities activities through one of them that we're getting from that. All right. I attended the OHPC meeting that night, and we reviewed laws, specifically getting clarification about public hearings for any projects that are more than maintenance. So the public hearing notice needs to be published by the village, and the property owner also needs to post a public copy on the property for the public to view it. And public hearings can pause to continue at further meetings, and we're not constrained to close them at any one meeting when we're hearing something. We can always continue it at another meeting date to hear more public info and to collect more information.
Okay, point of order. Still, I believe that New York State law says that public hearings can't go more than 60 days. So you might be able to hold them over once, but you can't hold them over continuously.
Yeah, you can't just endlessly have.
No, I think it's 60 days.
The next thing on my list is the New York State Unified Solar Permit application for the village was created. I'm asking for a link set up on the website so people can download the permit and also find the additional information document, which is called Understanding Solar PV Permitting and Inspecting in New York State. And that's in order to ease the permitting process of installing small scale, which is under 25 kilowatts, solar photovoltaic systems on roof structures or ground mounted systems on their properties within the village. So everybody's would be able to go to the website and get their application and get information on the process. And so this speeds everything up for everybody in the office.
Website, Kim has the contact. I can probably make the link, or they can help us make the link.
Okay.
But she has the people that maintain it.
Okay, so I just need to email them to you or to Kim, or both of you?
Probably both of us.
Okay. All right.
I don't know what else to say, but in there, most of the stuff, but I can.
Okay. All right, and then the fleet inventory needs a small amount more of information. I need the year purchased of all the village-owned four-wheeled and motorized items. You know, I went through the big list and got everything, you know, for everything, but that was for the Climate Smart Communities grant. And now the list that I'm working on the same list with more information for a different grant where we're getting more money and they need more detailed information. And so I need to come back in and see when we purchased all of our vehicles. And I came in, I came in and did it once, but I'm gonna need to get more info for that. And when we have this information, we'll have a list to say where we're at. And then when we want to make purchases, we can have a policy that shows that we're looking at what we're doing and making better decisions about prices and gas or electric use, and we can also access grants and when we make choices for that are reduction in our energy usage, then we can get great deals on that equipment and stuff. So I'm doing the groundwork for it.
Good deal.
All right. The Climate Smart Communities Task Force meeting was Wednesday, the 10th. And we announced things like that the village, we applied for bronze certification in the Climate Smart Communities program. Well, so we needed to submit 120 points, and we submitted 148 because we knew that they would probably kick out a point here or there. But so we have mega points over, so just in case they kick some things out, it's probably not going to be like 24 points, you know, so we've got a really good cushion. We did a lot of work, benchmarking, fleet inventory, the heating and cooling demos, tree inventory thing, bike routes, walking accessibility, like it was just getting credits and recording and reporting on all the things that we've been doing. So it was a lot of work, especially for the coordinators that we have helping us, Ashley Seyfried and Sophia Pappas from Southern Tier 8, and then Mike Brown from NYSERDA. He's our Clean Energy Communities Coordinator. They did a lot of work for us. The DC finalized our work plan and budget for the Climate Smart Communities grant, and next we're working on our contractor agreements with the goal of completing those by May 1st. Okay. So that's moving along. Well, that gets us the CFM, the Certified Floodplain Manager, at $25,000 a year to help us for 5 years. Once this money and the contracts and everything are good. So we're working as fast as we can to get that started. We're having trouble finding a CEC, a Clean Energies Communities intern for working this summer. It's a paid position focusing on community campaigns through NYSERDA, like heat pumps and helping people make their homes more secure, more energy efficient, reduce their costs. We've now started the clock on the 90K grant opportunity. There's 5,000 that we want to use to spend on an ASHRAE 2 energy audit of 90 Temple Street. Once we get the energy audit completed, then it's the basis we can use for getting all the improvements done to the building. So the windows, exterior doors, insulation, heat pumps, furnace, air source heat pumps, water pumps, so the heating and everything, all the utilities for the building can be included in that. So originally we were thinking of using the 90K for that, but that's not going to be enough money. So we're thinking that the 90K we would try to use on an electric vehicle for code, level 2 or type 2 charger to be installed most likely on this campus somewhere, but probably on the outside of the 20 Elm Street building. And so that would replace the gas Ford that's sitting out there that's like 4 months past inspection. It's just been sitting.
Well, I have a question for you. So is this delaying taking care of the windows over there on Temple Street?
No, that's separate. It's a separate.
Okay,
grant.
thank you.
That's moving slowly at the speed of turbos.
Yeah.
And that doesn't.
You don't want to know about the windows in the grant.
Because it doesn't, that is a historic grant, so they have to repair the windows instead of replace them.
Yeah.
But what we.
So they're still gonna leak, like they're not gonna be.
So
They're not gonna be done this year?
What that is money to fix up the building. And what we're doing is getting a grant to see what the energy uses of the building, to get a better idea of what what repairs should be done.
Yeah, well,
And-
you were saying you were gonna take 90 that was set aside for that building. That's why I was asking, is that gonna not do the windows? Okay.
Yeah, so that, that's from a different pot of money and different stuff that they're trying to repair those windows. And they're not doing it with any goal of energy savings or anything like that. And so we could try to do a better job by doing this energy assessment, and looking at it and picking
Maybe some storm
a
windows.
fix that would more appropriately help the building. It'd be wiser to do that.
Okay, I
And
understand.
so the first 90,000, I'm thinking that we could use, that would meet a brand new car purchase, the level 2 installer on the building here, and then up in the cemetery, getting all new electric lawnmowers and weed whackers and the lawn care equipment to replace the gas mowers up there, and extra batteries, and installing a charger on the cemetery property, a solar charging system with battery storage. And that way, because we're doing 8 months of mowing up there, and so this would save us like all the gas, the greenhouse gas emissions, and a little bit of time, and it would help us build some infrastructure up the hill. So that's what I'm hoping for with the first 90,000. And then with the next 150 that we go for, that is what I propose to use with the 90 Temple Street improvements. And I completely forgot about the hazard mitigation financing meeting on Friday. Did it happen? Did anybody go?
I'll do it on my report.
Okay, good.
Perfect, because everybody forgot about it.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I had it on my schedule and I forgot it.
Nate was
I
there.
mentioned it.
I forgot a couple
Jerry
meetings.
gave me a heads up.
Okay. On Thursday, we're gonna have a Cadmus call for the wastewater treatment plant. Dirk Mosier, Jerry Wiley, and I are gonna do it from here. Cadmus provides wastewater treatment plants with energy management assistance. That's no-cost technical services to help save energy and reduce operation costs.
Time's that.
That's gonna be at 10 a.m. If you want.
Yeah, Wednesday,
Thursday,
Thursday.
10 a.m. here. That'd be awesome if you want to come.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's also a link if you want to do it from your computer. I'll send you a link. But we'll be in the building. And then I was hoping to get an email address, the .gov email address
Oh, yeah,
for myself and for Dirk Mosier, because he doesn't have one yet.
Did you get with Kim? She get with IT.
No, so I was hoping like that, like on Thursday when we're here,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
she can
try
put
to
it
organize it to do it then.
Yeah, Kim will help you get with IT.
Okay. And then Terry, were you able to get
I have a
check
Gmail.
that one?
I'll
Okay.
probably maybe do that too.
Yeah. Kim
They
can-
do seem to be encouraging that.
Yep, no, they definitely do.
I'll ask for you
More
to
separation,
get
the
it.
better. That's why I have 2 separate phones.
You don't have one yet?
No,
Do you want one?
that might be very helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, so if anybody does want one, get with Kim. This is to get with IT.
Some things just get lost in my regular.
And they'll create you one and show you how to get into the app on your phone and stuff.
Okay.
Is Except then you gotta give it to everybody, that's the hard part.
I almost forgot. I shared a proposed local law for air brake penalties today. Did you all get a copy of it?
Yep.
Okay,
Nate had a couple of comments on it.
okay.
Yeah,
So,
the kids are in bed.
I know, great kids are-
so what it is to ban the use of noisy Jake brakes. They're also known as engine brakes or air compression brakes within the village, except for in emergency use. By penalty of fine. Nate, you have some comments?
Just a couple. I think the section of law that you cited as being changed is wrong. There is already a 187-24. We need to renumber it to something else. And then I would just want to understand really more the penalties that you're seeking to impose. Are they meant to be criminal or civil? Because at the dollar amounts that you're citing, that would trigger for a criminal penalty a misdemeanor charge as opposed to a violation. And then also, the only way to seek injunctive relief is to go to the New York State Supreme Court. You can't do that in front of village court.
So, so say again, which way is it a violation and not a misdemeanor?
The monetary penalty has to be $250 or less for it to be a violation. Otherwise, it's a misdemeanor.
$250 or less, but the second and third and fourth are over $250.
That's why a lot of our laws are 250.
That's why almost all of our laws are $250.
And you can do more than 250. I'm just clarifying that makes it a misdemeanor if you go above it.
So your first offense would be a violation and your second and on would be a misdemeanor?
As you've written it, yeah.
It's a pretty tough law, huh?
It is.
Anyway, there it is. Got some comments on that. The way.
And he said also injunctive relief is not possible through our court. It has to go
Okay.
higher court.
So do we want to have Laura work with Nate to revise that and send it back to us next meeting?
Yeah, because as per New York state laws, it's good to have a seasoning of these things.
Yeah, I'll have to like clear it up with Nate more. And then we'll bring it up.
Okay,
Do that. It's getting late.
Okay, and so then the last thing on my list, Ed Benesh from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Baltimore, he gave a progress update today with the project. The stormwater modeling of existing conditions may be completed by the 30th of May. It's pushed back a month because of the amount of projects that need modeling. The floodproofing draft documents are in the works, and they may have drafts completed by mid-May, and they'll be looking to set a meeting in mid-August here to share the floodproofing results at a meeting. And that's my report.
Okay. Terry?
Okay, I went to the OHPC meeting on April 4th, along with Laura. There were no applications that night, but the lawyer did talk with us about the laws and different things pertaining to historic preservation. I thought it was a very good meeting. It was over by 9, so that was nice. And then I went to the financing your FEMA grants that David Goldberg did. Nate was there also, which was great because he asked some really relevant questions. Roderick Scott, he's from down Louisiana, thank you. I was trying to remember the name. At this point of the night, I'm not sure I can remember the name of Louisiana, but anyway, here I did. Thank you, Rod. Anyway, he was talking about how they use some of these sorts of FEMA grants, like for the neighborhood that flooded near him. And, some of what they're trying to do with this FEMA grant is to finance so that you don't have interest on what you're bonding for disaster grants. But I'm not sure they've quite gotten to that point, but that's what they're trying to work towards. And they had some really good questions, but basically felt at this point that this wasn't something that was something we needed here. So, but it was interesting to hear about, and it's another thing to keep in our thoughts, someone who might help us with something like that. So. And that's my report.
And you're going to Nikon.
I am, and I'm on the second reading of that book. It's great, interesting.
Wow, you got that far.
Yes, I read through it once. I'm on the second one, so
wow.
I want to understand more.
When
so.
is Nikon? Because that's coming up, right?
It's what 14, 15, something like that.
So after our next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Fran, we're back to you.
Okay, well,
You're the finale.
I'm going. I'm also going to the NICOM meeting.
Yep.
But the cemetery committee, we're still working with Fred, trying to get an estimate to get figured out what we're gonna do with those roads. So we can get that moving along, hopefully get it done this summer. We are talking with different restoration companies about getting some of the tombstones that are in disrepair done this summer. We don't have anything set yet. And yeah, I'll have a better report next time after the cemetery committee meeting and the Friends of Evergreen. There's not a lot more to be said about the EMS. Lynn that we had approved hiring is now on staff and working well, and we're talking with the other person we had interviewed for that full-time position for part-time. Let you know. And I would, as Paul suggested, that maybe the titles of positions that fire department should be changed. I would suggest that that be suggested at the time of election of new officers for the year.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good time.
You know, you include those modifications in. That's all.
Okay. My report, been busy. So I did have wastewater treatment plant supervisor Dirk reach out to me to get us thinking about electric vehicle charging policy for the village. This has come up with other departments before, where an employee maybe wants to charge their car at our facility while they're working. So, not saying we decide anything, just start thinking about what we may want to do there.
Might I?
Yeah.
Interrupt you? Of course, this is not a straight electric vehicle into a charging station. This is somebody who wants to just plug their electric vehicle into a standard outlet, and there needs, yes, we've had some discussion about that. There needs to be a policy.
Whether it's allowed, not allowed.
Well, it doesn't mean that we can't
charge them.
We can't do something about that, but it's presumptuous for somebody to say, oh, it's not very much money, oh, I can just do that. No, there needs to be a policy.
Right now, we don't have a policy, so think about a policy or a set of rules. And a reminder,
Like, would that also include, somebody's diesel truck where they're plugging it in?
Yeah, probably.
The block heater in the winter?
Probably, same idea, right? All of probably this power. Oh, yeah. And we also need to remember, which I was supposed to have a meeting Friday and completely forgot about it, but the Spectrum franchise agreement, they are getting ornery about us doing something about that.
Oh.
So I'm sure it will be on the next meeting's agenda. We're already filling up 3 pages of that agenda, so.
I got a question. Did
Yeah.
Nick attend that class?
Yes,
How did that go?
I don't know.
It was quite a long and involved thing up there, Oriskany, and he did all that he was supposed to do there, and it's, it's a tiny little step in all this stuff, but he did it and he's moving along.
Yeah, went to the class, came back. All right, our next thing is public comment. With public comment, because of all that talk about the rules, just remember, you need to address the board as a whole, not an individual member. We can't single out individual members and attack them. Oh,
Okay. Hi, Village Board, thank you for the time for comment. My name is Tom Kelly. I'm on the fire department. I'm on the EMS squad. I'm on the fire police. I'm also on the county hazmat team. So I just tell you that because those are things that I want to contribute. Those are things that I want to do. Those are things that interest me. So I'm here tonight. I thought I was going to have to say good morning when I stood up. I was kind of looking forward to a 9 o'clock meeting end time that Trustee Van Hall was referring to. But I'm here tonight. I'm a little disappointed that you're tabling the application for one of our company board new members, Steve Solomon. So I just reached my 5-year mark with all of these departments, with fire, EMS, all that. So I can only speak for what I've seen in 5 years. Approximately 10 months ago, 11 months ago, there was a mutual aid request to have Steve Solomon come and do mutual aid with us here in Owego because we had nobody here during the daytime hours to put their fanny in a seat. So I'm here to support him. I'm a little disappointed that it's being tabled for an executive session. I don't know why. I just want to leave you with one thing because I've got to go. The behaviors that I've seen him do in that 10 months, I've seen him show up. I've seen him put his butt in the seat of a truck. I've seen him make calls. Where are the other 345 members? And you're going to table his application? You know what message that sends? That sends a message that you don't want people that are going to fill that seat. That's the message you're sending. Stay away. What's that say to me? I'm going to leave you with one final thought. There was a night I had 3 calls, bam, bam, bam. Middle of the night, 9 Sheldon Giles, 5 Browns, 9 Sheldon Giles, and 1 Sheldon Giles. I was the only one that showed up. I'm in 804, trying to figure out these 3 alarm panel calls. You know who called me on my personal cell phone at 3 o'clock in the morning? It was Steve Solomon. And he said, Tom, are you alone? Because he knew I was. And I said, yes, I am. Steve got in his vehicle and came down to sit with me while I was waiting at 3 o'clock in the morning for key holders to let me in to reset the alarm panels. That's the person you're going into executive session to debate? Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Could I?
Nice comment.
I
Say something to that?
Thank you. I have a EMS call I have to
Okay.
respond to, but if it's something quick.
It's quick. I know Steve. I learned a lot from Steve from training and everything. There's nothing personal with Steve. I don't think it's we're doing well. I can speak for myself. There's been a lot of talk amongst different companies. The concern, not talk, but just concern. And this happened before with other members that wanted to come back into the fold. We let them back in. I agree totally with you. But just so everybody is acceptable to this, it's not us. And that's what it has to be discussed. Because we want to make sure everybody else is okay, which we did before, and it was fine. So this is just preliminary. I'm just speaking for myself and what I'm thinking, what I know. But I know, Steve, I know. What you're saying is exact.
And company fours, now again, I started out this conversation by saying that I'm only 5 years in. I can't speak for what happened a decade ago. And you know what? Quite frankly, village board, I don't give a crap what happened 10 years ago. I worry about what's going to happen tomorrow night when I'm alone in 804 again. That's what I worry about. I don't care if somebody pissed somebody off in 2004. I don't care. I want somebody riding shotgun with me at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what I want as a village volunteer. Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate you letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment.
Thank you for your service.
Yes.
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you for your support. I'll see you later.
Any more public comment?
Yeah, I have a few things. First of all, I noticed you bought a piece of property on the south side.
We did.
And the purchase price was how much?
$12,000.
10, 11,000.
Was that an arm length transaction?
Our lawyer could explain it.
What, is the lawyer still here?
Yep.
Is that an arm's length? Where'd he go? Was that an arm's length transaction there, Nathan?
Yes.
Was there an appraisal done on that property?
I don't recall if there was, but the sellers and the village negotiated the purchase price.
Well, that seems kind of odd. Where can you buy 8 acres of land for $12,000? Only in the village of Owego, I guess. Most generally, people get their land appraised, okay? And I'm speaking for people that it's just, kind of like apples and apples. You compare what the previous sales were, and if you notice, John Seymour bought some property from that same group, and he paid way more than that for it.
Hey, Paul. Just
Yeah.
A little fact is we only actually bought 1 acre off of the 8 acres.
We only bought.
Yeah, but 1 acre, like I said, that's highway interchange property. That property lends itself to $150,000 an acre. I can get you comparisons all up and down the expressway. 1 acre, see, that seems really, really extremely low. I mean.
So is your problem that the village didn't pay enough?
Exactly. They did not pay even, I just don't, that's why I asked if it was an arm's length transaction. You know, when I bought my house in 1998, I paid $24,000 and I was taxed on 4 times that. And now we got a little reversal here, and it just seems kind of odd. You know, this is something that might subject to a lawsuit. on my part. I just don't think it's fair. And by the way, on that parcel of land on my property, I've looked it up, I pay more tax than any land tax I'm talking about, than anybody else in this corporation, bar none. I just think that's, I just feel bad, you know, those kids that had that property, apparently they don't know what it's worth. And then the other thing I was gonna say, we got that DRI money for that parking lot, and what's the name of it gonna be? The Owego parking lot?
Which parking lot?
The one that DRI money spent all the money on in North Avenue.
Oh, behind North Avenue?
Yeah,
It's the Hyde lot.
yeah, but they didn't put the Hyde lot on that sign. Doesn't say anything about the Hyde lot, and I know that property, going back to when they tore all those buildings down, my uncle owned the property at the time. Al Wagner sold his car dealership in the village of Owego, and the Hyde came up with the money for that parking lot. And where's the signage for the Hyde estate? I think it's pretty damn embarrassing. We also have a real problem. The water people. They put in an area which floodway. Floodway, where'd he go? Nathan? Floodway. Okay, down in Kanawani, right? 6-inch main.
So we don't have much control over the water.
Well, you do have a lot of control, because Freddie Ulrich has got relatives, half of them are dead, all right? From drinking polluted water that was created by IBM. Now, there's also Nightside property, I mean, adjacent to that property. Okay, now it's a paint facility. That hazmat guy, wait till I talk to him, because there's some real issues with chemicals all over the place. Now, there's two weeks ago, I reported it to the assistant chief because Joe Kennedy was out of town. And I pointed out to Terry Coleman, I also talked to Mick, okay? They were gonna board it up. Well, more than 2 weeks has gone by, okay? There's drug addicts in there shooting up, they're in there stealing copper. It's been going on for a while. I have eyes that see things like this, and this is about ridiculous.
So that is
I'm working with a company that wants to buy the whole thing, raise the building, and take the equipment and move it to another clean location that's gonna be approved for that kind of industry. This is ridiculous. You have a love canal on that street, and them poor people behind it, the Pagets and the House and the Ulrichs have all got cancer. And it's really, really sickening. And you can run a line, you tell me about the water. You can run a line for Eric Johnson to fill swimming pools, but you can't provide water for these people that are bathing in contaminated water. And I do believe the village supplies them water, is that true?
No.
They did.
Viola does.
What's that?
Viola supplies the water to the village.
No, I'm talking about the people that live out there. The only house that's left in Kanawani. Those people's families, they grew tobacco in this community. Rodney, do you know anything about the water? They were giving them bottled water.
I know nothing about that.
Well, I know a little bit about it. I talked to Susie Paget, and I know the Pagets quite well. I used to wrestle with Mike Paget, and there's a lot of sick folks in that neighborhood. And it's pretty ridiculous.
Well, we thank you for telling the police and code enforcement, so I'm sure.
What good is that gonna do?
They're working on it. I know they're working on it.
Well, why we can't get a camera over there? You can get the electricity from NICEAG. I can give you a guy, Steve Bernstein, owns a maximum security company. In 5 minutes, he'd have a crew over there. If we even called him right now. There's no reason. Here's what the real problem is. You really want to know the solution to the problem? It's a big, huge mental health issue, and I'm gonna tell you, you can go over to our local scrap man, right? And they got cameras, and those people, they all got a mugshot. I got 30 people on my phone with the mugshots. And they're all having a backpack, and they're all in there doing heroin, and I know about the chemicals, I know about the process. Tom Kozlowski, 40 years ago, I sold him that Craneway that's over there, and it came from the Sweets property. John Sweet and I sold it to him. Tom Kozlowski ran the foundry until it closed, him and Brian Galpin. And Rodney knows both those people.
I worked there one summer.
Well, better you than me. Charlie Tile wouldn't hire me. He said I was too good for that. That was the only do-gooder I ever heard about me in my life. But, you know, poor Charlie's not there anymore. He was the guy you talked to if you wanted a job. Joe Renda can tell you a lot about it. There's people that are mostly dead, okay, from when IBM used to turn magnesium over there. And a lot of that stuff was radioactive. And street with scanners in their hands for lookouts, okay? And, you know, the cops drive down and they try to look, and then they call the guys on the end of the street in their pickup truck with a red tailgate. I'll give you his name if you want it.
Not here.
But it's more than out of control. Way out of control. Those kids with the heroin addicts, they all have problems. They need help. And it's really kind of giving them money, letting them steal stuff from people. You know, they steal it from all facets of where they can grab a hold of something. These people next door over here with all these shopping carts, you know, those shopping carts cost those companies a lot of money. And it's just like people are just pushing around, you know, doing their thing. We also have things called children that need to be protected, and we ought to need to dial in on who's watching the kids, what's going on with these, you know. Oh, this is a new chapter in our little community, and it's getting ugly.
Yeah, actually, you know, it's a much bigger problem than us, but.
It could be a bigger problem, but guess what? Somebody's got to address it. These people next door over here where the foundry is, okay? Fred Weissman wrote a letter to Charlie Bassett. Charlie Bassett sent the letter to Mrs. Sweet, Eunice, okay? Eunice Sweet's husband went to Lehigh University, which is a premier metallurgy school in the nation, okay? Bethlehem Steel was there. The people that ran the foundry, when they opened the foundry in the 40s, Governor Dewey was here. They had a bag house before bag houses were even thought of. They went to an electric melt, put them out of business. If they had John Bowen Sr. running that place, which happens to be Eunice Sweet's brother, that place had probably still been here. They did away with the cupola. They went to electric mills. He was ahead of his time. It was 18% interest that put that poor man out of business. And if this county had any brain power, they would have made concessions so they could keep that thing running. Because 180 to 200 people worked there, and guess what? Half of those people were the type of people that couldn't just go out and get another job. They worked hard, they made money, it was a tough industry, but they were, his father adjusted for the trends, get rid of the cupola, get rid of the bag house. Have the bag house do proper things. They had the smokestack on that facility way before there was regulations. I know I had to wash the windows at the jewelry store twice a day because the old smoke. Rodney remembers it. Do you remember the smoke?
All right, do we have anything else? We're good?
Well, I could keep going, but I gotta go home. My wife thinks I'm out horning around.
Yeah, all right.
What was the name of the property of this contamination?
It was, what is it, ICS? Yeah.
The old Crown building.
Yeah.
Whatever the paint shop is.
Right. I think it's ICS.
Yeah, it's on our list of action items.
It's been a brownfield site, they just kind of ignored it. This is wrong. It's wrong because my friends have cancer from it. And it's really wrong when you can fill a swimming pool, but you can't take care of the people that bathe in it. I mean, that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's out of control. That's my thought.
Our next thing is adjourned.
It's just, those kids are over to Weissman's every day doing their thing.
Well, just on a personal note, we need to remember tomorrow is a celebration for Confection Connection.
Oh, yeah.
Rod and
What
Ron
time is
Mel,
that?
11 o'clock.